about the
Ordinance.
ordinance,
To me,
Wait, the ordinance for what?
CEO and
The budget ordinance.
the budget.
Cheryl would like to refer the CAO back to the finance committee. Okay? The problem is they've got them both together as one ordinance.
so we
So
have to,
ask the question if that's a problem, if the other portion is delayed.
No, I'm gonna bring it up, Cheryl, so we don't get
Go ahead.
confused. I'm waiting for Emily to come so I can ask her.
let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
ma'am.
On the one for the solutions group, there's an amendment to that ordinance that we got, or we going?
Yeah, we're moving forward.
Whether
moving
it
forward, that's
goes
what I'm
to
talking
Yeah.
whatever.
Hold, I'm coming to you with that.
Yeah, but that's what I need to know, what you need me to do, bro.
Let's see, Mike.
If we let it go for interjection, and we need a meeting with some, council to go through this ordinance.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, because we don't even know why.
Okay.
We don't know shit.
You know what somebody said?
By the way, they also asked for 6 months on the extension of the moratorium, so I'm going to Chris.
Hey, baby.
Hey, okay, so Mike,
Yes, sir. You
Let's
tell me
see.
what I need to do. What do I need to do, baby?
For
on
the first one,
No, yes, on mine.
just do a motion to substitute the ordinance, and everyone should have a copy of it at their seats. So you don't even need to read anything on it, just say, I'd like to make a motion to substitute.
oh, here you are, here,
To you,
Mike.
vote on that, and just introduce and refer it to the zoning commission.
Yeah,
Refer
look,
to the zoning commission.
substitute, I'm going to you for a substitute.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Vote for the substitution,
And then motion.
and
to
then
send-
motion and second only to refer to
planning and zoning.
the zoning commission. Yes. So I'll come to you on that, Mike. Yeah. Okay, Emily,
Yes.
question. Here we got another problem. Remember I was talking in there about it's wrong to put 2 or more on budget amendment, right? Well, guess what? The administration comes to Cheryl just now and says, oh, we need her bluff to move forward to adoption because we have a problem. She wants to refer the CAO issue back to the finance committee. And they're saying, oh yeah, but we're not going to get her bluff to move forward because both of them are on the same unit.
Could, just share on that one and just move them both forward and then refer.
But she's referring both to finance.
Oh, they want to refer her bluff to finance? I mean, I guess you could do the same thing.
No. But it won't come up for adoption next month.
I mean, you could move it forward tonight and then refer it to finance at agenda review and then still have it up for adoption. Because the finance committee is going to come before the council meeting where it's adopted.
Okay. Where's Cheryl? Bed, Marty. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, good evening. Sorry we're a little bit late. We were waiting on a few issues that we had to clean up. I'm going to ask our junior council member of the month, Michaela Bender, to lead us in the pledge, and I'll ask Councilman David Fitzgerald to lead us in the prayer. Please rise. Face that flag right there. And just start off with, I pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to stand up and say prayer.
Let us pray. Lord, we come to you in the week of our 246th birthday in America. And we ask that in this meeting we reflect the values that formed this nation, that we do the business of the parish and of government in a manner that shows respect and not contempt, in a manner that does the most good for the most people of this parish. Guide us, direct us. Let us come up with conclusions, decisions that are in the best interest of us all. In your name, amen.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Dean.
Here.
Councilman Fitzgerald.
Here.
Councilwoman Casaubon.
Here.
Councilman Lorino.
Here.
Councilman Toledano.
Present.
Councilwoman Tanner.
Present.
Councilman Davis.
Here.
Councilman Canulet.
Here.
Councilman Smith.
Here.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Here.
Councilman Drum.
Ich bin hier, mein Herr.
Councilman Bender.
Here.
Councilman Airy.
Here.
Councilman Smith.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me turn my phone to silent. Okay. All right, thank you. So regarding public comment, we have a 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals, which has different time limits. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record but does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating they do not wish to speak. Okay, also, our special item here is a public hearing. Just to make everyone aware, there is no vote on any of these items under the public hearing. We will vote at the public meeting below. This is required to allow any member of the public that wishes to speak on any of these items an opportunity to do so. However, or in addition, you could refrain and do so as you turn the page at the beginning of our regular council meeting, in which we will call the roll again, okay? And those are special items 1, 2, and 3 regarding the millages. The public hearing, so you'll know, is strictly establishing the millage rates. That's this first 3 items. On the regular council meeting, it says the same thing, but there'll also be a vote if there's been a request for any roll-ups by the administration, okay? So that's the difference. The vote will only take place on the next page. Do we have anyone Let me see who we have for speaker cards.
We need to read each one into the record.
Excuse me?
We just need to read each item
Yeah.
into the record.
Okay. Under the public hearing, item 1 is ordinance calendar number 6986, ordinance establishing adjusted millage rates for the year 2022. Again, no vote is needed. We will vote at the next item at the regular council meeting. Item 2 is ordinance calendar number 6987, ordinance establishing increased millage rates for the year 2022. Again, no vote needed until our next items coming up. Item 3, ordinance calendar number 6988, ordinance establishing parcel fees for the year 2022, and the same thing, okay? So, Ms. Wagner. Okay, and that's what I was going to ask. Thank you, ma'am. General Ernst, you want to? You can speak now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is the parcel fee, okay, not the millages.
Yes, sir.
I know that you all have the authority to roll millages forward and back, okay? Parcel fee, in my view, given the circumstances of the finances in the parish right now, could be appropriate, could be, if there was a sunset clause. It was they were time limit, you all put a time limit on them, so they don't grow a life of their own. Sometimes those things do. So my personal request is you put a sunset clause on it, you put a time frame around it, and it's a relatively short time frame. It's not going to be 10 years or 15 years, something like that. A couple of years. I realize what the problem that you're in financially, with the DA and now with the coroner, and you need some relief. I got it. And so that would be my only comment.
Thank you, General Ernst. Excuse me 1 second. Yes, sir. I wanted to confer with our attorney. So this that you're reading at this point is simply for information purposes. This is what exists, okay? No vote on this at this point, okay? So, but does that answer your question, Joe? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Emily. Okay.
Colin Sims for the card, and I don't know if you want to speak now.
Colin Sims. Collins, do you want to speak now, or do you, there he is. You want to speak now, or do you want to speak before we vote? Right now you want to speak? Before we vote? Okay, thank you. Okay. Need a motion to adjourn the public hearing. Motion by Mr. Dean. Second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote.
The motion to the motion to adjourn passes with 1 no vote.
Okay, thank you. Now we need to call the roll again, Mr. Mitchell, for our regular council meeting. Yeah, go for, no, just keep going.
Councilman Dean,
I'm still here.
Councilman Fitzgerald,
Here.
Councilwoman Casaubon,
Here.
Councilman Lorino,
Yeah.
Councilman Toledano, Councilwoman Tanner,
Here.
Councilman Davis,
Here.
Councilman Kennellet,
Here.
Councilman Smith,
Here.
Councilwoman O'Brien,
Here.
Councilman Drum.
Here.
Councilman Bender.
Here.
Councilman Airy.
Here.
Councilman Smith.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
And let it be known that Councilman Toledano has entered the room and is present.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so item 1 under special items is ordinance calendar number 6986, ordinance establishing adjusted millage rates for the year 2022. This item requires an 8-vote majority, okay? I need a motion and a second to introduce just the adjusted millage rates.
A motion and a second to adopt. It's to adopt.
Excuse me, to adopt, I'm sorry. Establishing, yes, adopt. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Airy. Please vote.
Setting the millage, setting the adjusted millage.
All we're doing is setting the adjusted millage, okay? That,
If you are voting yea or nay to set the adjusted millage rate. This is not a roll forward, this is setting the millage rate.
This is a vote on item number 1, ordinance calendar number 6986. This is just an ordinance setting the adjusted millage rates for the year 2022. This is not a roll forward.
Correct. These rates are the same that we levied in 2021.
right.
The motion to establish is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 2 is ordinance calendar number 6987, ordinance establishing increased millage rates for the year 2022. This would require a 10-vote, a 2/3 majority, 10 votes. Go to the public, Mr. Colin Sims. Excuse me. Okay. Let me go in the order in which everyone asked to speak. Ms. Nancy Wagner.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nancy Wagner. Some of you may be surprised, but I'm actually here to speak in support of rolling the millages forward. I think that the failure of the sales tax was failed for historical reasons, for past politics, and I personally think that those of us who live and own property should be willing to pay more for the services provided by the parish. And for these particular millages, especially for the jail and for the animal shelters, I know that money is tight for a lot of people right now, but if you read about the people giving up their pets, you know that they're going to be even more strapped. So that for these millages, I think it's very reasonable, and it does not add up to a lot of money per household. So, but one thing I would ask is that, of course, as stewards of our tax money, maybe we could cease these, the DA suing the parish, could all get in a room and settle it. So that would be less expenditures of our tax dollars, and these could go to better uses. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. General Lawrence, did you also want to speak on this with your card that you put in? Okay. Okay. Mr. Sims.
Good, that's good.
Good evening, thank you. I'm less here to ask for or against the rolling of the millages, but more to give perspective as to the needs of an agency that would be the recipient of some of those funds. As most people are aware, the DA's office is receiving, or is going to receive potentially, approximately $1.7 million less this year in funding than it did the previous year, not because anyone wants to fund us less, because the money is not available to fund our agency. And so what does that mean? It means at present time, because of COVID, We charged sub 6,000 defendants with felony grade violations during the COVID years without the ability to force them to a head. Of the cases that pled, there were more minor offenses, leaving a higher concentration of major offense cases, victim cases, rape cases, child molestation cases. Those are the cases that don't plead and people volunteer to go to jail when the courts are shut down. So you have about 1,000 more cases pending trial for felonies than normal. The norm would be about 1,100. It was that before Mr. Montgomery. It was that during his entire tenure leading up to COVID. And it ended last year with 2,100 defendants pending trial for felony grade violations. Numbers from the Hope House show that from 2017, 280 children received forensic services from the Hope House. And then now we've already eclipsed that this year. It went from 280 to 321 to 350 kids receiving forensic services from the Hope House, meaning they were abused, violated, sexually assaulted, or otherwise. We have a 96% conviction rate for those offenders that go to the Hope House. That should not be in jeopardy, okay? So any amount of money that can be found to fund a DA's office that has a 2-year case felony backlog, a series of cases that are doubling, that couldn't be more severe, and as I ran the numbers for July, halfway through the year, we're already charging 1,900 defendants for felonies this year. If you double that, I'm not very good at math, but you're talking about 3,600 defendants for felony grade violations this year. To put that in perspective, before Mr. Montgomery took office, 2,600 defendants were charged per year with felony grade violations. Over the last 5 years, we've charged 270 more defendants per year with felonies year over year, and now you're going to expand that with 1.7 million less to do our job with inflation. That's not a manageable situation long term. So we've gotten the 2,100 down to about 1,960, and it's going to take us a while to dig out. Please help fund our agency. I know you guys are doing the best that you can. Please keep fighting for us, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Yes, Mr. Lorino.
You want me to wait? I'd like to ask Mr. Sims a few questions.
No, and he's the last speaker, so go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, come on back up, Mr. Sims. We're going to go to the parish president next.
Colin?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. How long have you been working with the DA's office?
For this DA's office? Mm-hmm. Since Mr. Montgomery was elected in 2015.
Okay, so you've been on board since we had the last couple of elections when we went out for sales tax?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was running the criminal division during those periods.
Okay. That was a very, very good presentation you made. But you know what has me dumbfounded? We could not get Mr. Montgomery out there, along with the parish president and along with the sheriff, the three heads, as I like to say, of St. Tammany Parish, to work together on passing that tax. If that tax would have passed, you wouldn't be standing up there right now. We wouldn't have that issue, this issue coming forward. Because I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. It's a shame. But the bottom line is, Mr. Montgomery did not get out front. And then Mr. Montgomery goes out for a tax, which I was asking for a number of years sitting at this dais, and I appreciate that. But then the word comes back about defunding, this council defunding your office. This council never defunded anybody. This council has an amount of money that we have, as you recognized, that we don't have enough money to pay you. So I took great exception when I hear the word defunding going forward. And I never had a chance, and unfortunately, you're the only one here from the DA's office, so I'm going to speak to you about it.
Sure.
But the bottom line is, I support what you're saying, but I have a hard time voting for this issue because I know the effort that Mr. Montgomery put forth on our elections. So I just wanted to get that on the record from me. Okay? I appreciate it, sir, and I support everything you said, and I appreciate you saying it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feel free.
As a general matter, the monies needed by our agency, I know are also needed by the court system. I know are also needed to run the Justice Center, and I know are also needed to run the jail. So I understand that there's a lot to fund and not enough money to fund it. So I do appreciate, again, the position that you guys are in. Again, our task at our office is to continue to keep the community safe. We respond to the arrests made from 20 different state law enforcement agencies that on that side of the house, meaning the enforcement side, patrol side, detection side, are fully funded. Okay? So the problem we find ourselves in, and just for clarity, Sheriff's Office wears multiple hats. One of his hats, which is the jail, has a funding concern. But we react to 20 different agencies that send us cases, and they're not stopping. And which was the point during COVID. They didn't stop during COVID. They're clearly not stopping now. And the only way we can continue to reduce the backlog and to continue to prosecute aggressively like we've always done is to be fully funded. Any language used that was disrespectful was not intended regarding defunding, unfunding. It's trying to have everyone understand that the funding to run the DA's office has been dramatically reduced, not because anybody wanted to, because the funds were not available. And these funds are needed and more at this point in time when the volume is considered to be increasing, not decreasing, or even maintaining. So I appreciate your time. I hope that was okay.
I totally understand. I totally understand what you're saying, but I'm going to repeat myself real short.
Sure.
That should have been presented when we had our cases out there, and I really believe the citizens would have understood it a lot better, and we may not be standing here with this problem right now. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to ask Mr. Sims a question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, hold on one second. After Mr. Sims and questions to Mr. Sims, I'm going to the parish president, okay? Go ahead, Chris.
All right, thank you. Colin, so what's happened has happened. The tax failed. As you know, I was one of the ones that spoke for this, and I want you to explain the consequences that the citizens are going to have to be facing when you run out of money and you can't do what you do.
Sure. The consequences are a running set of consequences. Continued resignations, departures from the office. A situation could arise where ADAs who cannot be compensated or support staff who cannot be compensated continue to leave the office, to where, as an example, if you are the victim of a rape or your child has been abused or there's an armed robbery, you get to the point where you're dealing with not just Tiffany in the office, but then maybe Tiffany, Betsy, Cindy, Sue, or whoever, because they keep quitting and we have to keep rehiring people. And you may start noticing, wow, they're getting younger. Well, because their experience is getting lighter, because we can't afford to retain them. We've had, even prior to these cuts, people at times have left our office because they can make $15,000 a year more in another parish than what this parish can afford and compensate them. So that is even going to be further exacerbated by the cuts at this point. You have to staff more than normal the backlog because there's certain rules. There's speedy trial rules. People have rights. They have a certain amount of time to which you must bring them to justice. We have to be able to do that. If you have 2 and 3 years worth of cases stuck in the same amount of judges, the same amount of trial weeks, you can't do the math to get it done. And so to continue to undercut our funding, again, not intentionally, to continue to be underfunded means we can't compensate. Inflation is real, and not to be cute, when our support staff personnel aren't just making copies. they're in, forget the attorneys, they're in positions of trust. They look at bank secrecy rules they have to abide by, social security numbers. You're hiring them. They can make more being a barista than working for our office or a Chick-fil-A. And we're not the only office in that boat as we sit here. There are other parishes in the same boat as inflation hits all of us, but you exacerbate the inflation on top of the cuts. It cannot be managed long-term. So I see a complete lack of pursuit of justice if funding is not brought up to those levels.
So, did the criminals basically get to walk free because we don't have enough resources to convict them or go to trial?
Well, it's not as clear-cut as that, but several things start to happen. You start talking about, so at one point in time in 2000 and I think 17 or 18, the DA's office had gotten to a point where we had prioritized cases in such a way where we affected the average age of case pending trial by 72 days, making it 72 days younger. So that means of the people who can't make bond, on average, they sit in jail 72 days less time. That's 72 days that the parish doesn't have to pay to feed them, house them, so forth and so on. That's like about $1 million a year savings. There was a study on it. Now not only do you not have the 72 days that you picked up, but you've probably exponentially compounded that. So you're probably doubling the cost to pretrial house these defendants for trial, costing the parish more money, separate from spending it. And if you're sitting there saying, well, we have a space issue, or we may start having a space issue, then you start looking at what are the bonds that we're going to set? Do we want people sitting in jail? We start making concessions on who's sitting in jail, who's not sitting in jail. I think those are some of the problems you start to see, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canulette. President Cooper. Excuse me, 1 second.
I just thought Riker jumped in the queue.
President Cooper. Excuse me 1 second. Mr. Toledano, I just saw you jumped in. Did you want to ask Mr. Sims something?
One question, Collins, if you could come forward. Very short, believe it or not.
I don't. Sorry.
Colin.
Yes, sir.
In a serious moment, do I sense properly that your office is committed going forward in the future to work with us, the parish government, and the administration, Mike Cooper, in resolving these financial problems so that we don't hit this bridge again?
The DA's office is committed to assisting in any way it can to helping come up with solutions to resolve the financial problems and to educate the citizens of the parish on the exact position that we currently find ourselves in, also understanding the position that you find yourselves in.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to say.
No, thank you, Mr. Toledano. President Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Sims, and thank you, Ms. Wagner. As was projected in 2018, when the sales tax failed, the renewal of the sales tax that funded our criminal justice system, it was predicted that at some point in time in the coming years, we would be facing severe cuts in our criminal justice agencies, namely the DA's office, the court system, the sheriff's office with regards to the correctional facility, and the other agencies that depend on that funding. And 2 attempts were made, one last year, as Councilman Lorino stated, to restore that funding for our criminal justice system that I would say before the funding cuts was a top criminal justice system in the state of Louisiana. We lost that funding. We asked our citizens to renew or to establish 2.20 cent tax, 0.40 cent tax to restore that revenue, which would have generated over $20 million, along with our general fund, to fully fund these agencies. And then again, earlier this year, the district attorney, Warren Montgomery, set out to restore the funding for his office. So we're sitting here this evening for the first time in 16 years, I believe, considering rolling up these millages, particularly the alimony millages, which support our general fund support our general fund. The money is needed. You heard a compelling statement from Mr. Sims, Chief Prosecutor for the District Attorney's Office. The amount of money generated from the roll-up for the alimony funds is $300,000. $300,000. That's going to go into our general fund and help support the DA and the other agencies. The other two funds that are rolling up, or that's being proposed to roll up with the council's vote tonight, is the Public Health Fund, which supports the health services that we provide, that we're mandated to provide at the correctional facility, and just over $500,000 for our animal services that millage will roll back up with a vote to 1 mil. Our animal services department has done a complete turnaround in the past year and a half, going from a no-kill rate of below 50% to over 95% since the middle of last year and all of this year. We have a top-notch animal services department, and we want to maintain that status. The money generated with a roll-up of these millages will generate just over $1 million for St. Tammany Parish government. It's being brought before the Parish Council this evening for the first time in 16 years, as I said earlier, because that money is needed. I don't think it would be considered, it would even be considered if it was not needed for these agencies. So on behalf of the administration, we met with the finance department, a finance committee of the council about 2 months ago when this was being prepared, and more or less brought the same sentiment to the council finance committee for addressing this evening. So I ask the council to take this in consideration when voting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cooper. Let me make the public and the council aware of a few important things. So this is one ordinance calendar number 6987. On this ordinance are 4 different millage increases to 2022 levy, a vote for it or against it. So, for example, the parish alimony has 2 sections. The first one is rural. The current adjusted millage rate is 2.75. The requested millage increase or roll-up is 2.89 or 0.14 of a mil. The next one is parish alimony for cities. That adjusted millage rate is 1.37, and the requested is an additional 0.07 of a mil, or 1.44. Public health is adjusted millage currently of 1.69. Requested is an extra 0.09 of a mil, making it 1.78. Animal services, the current adjusted millage is 0.78. The requested is an increase of 0.22 of a mil up to 1.00 mil, and you heard President Cooper express the reasons for animal services and the others. Now, that's what the vote will be on. They will be one vote on all 4. That requires a 2/3 approval, 10 council members voting yes. Anything less than 10, we stay with the adjusted millage. So it's a package deal. all four pass or all four fail, okay? With that,
Did you have anything?
excuse me.
Did you have anything?
Excuse, before I go to you, Ms. O'Brien, Ms. Leslie.
I didn't think I had anything else to add other than.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Good, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Miss O'Brien?
Okay, this is very difficult for me because while I know that we need the money desperately, I also know people are hurting tremendously. I would like Ms. Leslie Long, for the record, to tell us what type of increase this would be for the average taxpayer at different levels. Can you give us a few examples so we can have that on the record for if we approve that, how much of an increase would be felt by each family at different levels?
So what we had put out in a press release earlier, a month or two ago, was that the increases in the unincorporated areas is a combined 2.7 mills, which is, I'm sorry, 0.27 mills, and that would cost for a $100,000 assessed value, $2.70. And then within the city limits, it would cost $2 for that same $100,000 in value. So for each $100,000 of value of your home, in an unincorporated area, it's $2.70. So $5.40 for a $200,000 home.
Right.
And it's actually a little less than that
I think
for
the
a
average
home.
home in St. Tammany, if I understand correctly, is somewhere between $250 and $300. So can you specifically give us the amount for $250 and $300 so that everybody can hear and we have that as a matter of record?
I'm sorry?
Again,
Well, there's the homestead too.
Right.
That's
And
right.
like I said, so you would have to adjust for the homestead exemption if it was a $300,000 or let's just say a $275,000 home, that average. $75,000 off of that for the homestead exemption. The taxable value would be $200,000. So in the unincorporated areas, the tax would be $5.40. And in the city limits, it would be $4.
and $5 for the year, correct?
That's for a year, yes.
Okay. I tell you, I keep on going back and forth because I don't like tax roll-ups. I don't like increasing taxes. But listening to Mr. Sims, I have to say, this is a very serious situation. So I find myself going back and forth. But I wanted to have that amount on the record. Thank you so much for that information.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien and Ms. Leslie. Mr. Davis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Bender. Yeah, once I realized about the tax millages roll-up, I just went ahead and printed out my assessment and everything and kind of go through all the numbers and stuff just for my personal house, obviously. And at the rating that I'm going now, it's going to cost me $4 a month approving all this.
Perhaps per year?
Per year, excuse me, $4 a year, excuse me, sorry about that. Never mind, no, $4 a year, yeah, for this. I mean, that's not the point though, of course. I mean, I don't live in a $1 million home either. But I look at it as far as responsibilities and stuff goes. It's unfortunately we lost the tax incentive rate by the DA. It's unfortunately for the last 4 or 5 years that this tax wasn't approved by the parish because that's what we've been using. That's what we've been using to pay out of our general fund was those monies. I look at the 3 items that are being supported about this. The jail. Let's talk about the jail. I don't know if I want to have the criminals stay in jail longer. That's going to cost a lot of extra money, more than people are going to realize. Second thing, with the DA, not the DA's office, let's just leave that out for now. Another thing is with the animal care. With the animal care, we had a massive influx of animals and stuff like this, and of course we were trying no-kill rate and all that kind of stuff. You go online and look at the animal shelter, and look at how many dogs are being delivered over to the animal shelter every day. That takes money. It just does, Is it the responsibility of everybody in the parish? Of course it is. Of course it is. So I don't have a problem with that as well. My problem is when people call me up and says, no more taxes. I understand that. I mean, I understand that. Now this millage, if I'm correct, this millage is a roll-up to a millage that was already approved by the people. Is that correct?
That's correct. The public health and animal service shelter are both voter-approved millages. And in one case, I think public health is probably still lower than the original, I guess, voter-approved millage, yes.
And with the public health millage roll-up, is that the maximum?
Yes, we're going to the maximum.
Okay, are you going to the maximum for all?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I look at it from this words, I look at it from responsibility, all of us, because us too. We pay taxes too. We're not tax-free up here, We pay taxes too. So I'm just, I understand how times are bad. I do understand that. But times are even worse for the parish. Let me attest to that. I know, okay? Looking at all the costs that are coming up and things like that, I understand that gasoline's going up to over $4 a gallon and stuff. But if I got to pay 1 gallon of gas a year to help subsidize these things, I'm going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Canulette.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. I guess my issue is kind of this. We're being sued because we don't have enough money to fund it, yet all of a sudden we have $1 million that we could possibly use. So we're going into a lawsuit saying we're broke, and I got a piece of paper in my hand saying we can generate $1 million. Me personally, I think I'd rather have the judge tell me to do it. And I also don't understand why we can't break these down individually and vote on them individually. I don't know why it has to be a package. Who says it has to, why does it have to be a package?
We can have Ms. Emily answer that.
It's currently all listed in one ordinance. I mean, it could have been 4 separate ordinances, but it's not.
Okay.
In other words, Chris, the other thing, so to eliminate any confusion, it's not a question of blame, but it's just to eliminate any confusion. It is the way that it was presented to the council office to be placed on the agenda. Therefore, that's how it is placed. Not trying to blame anybody.
No, I mean, that's correct. This is how we submitted it.
That's
and
right.
how we have submitted it, I guess, in the 20 years that I've been
Sure.
here. So,
No, it's strictly for informational purposes, okay?
yes.
Miss Leslie is always awake. She
Agreed.
catches
And
everything.
it's not about.
It's not about that.
None of that. It's just that with everything going on between lawsuits and just everything messed
One
up
point
in
of
general.
clarification, if you don't mind. I was
Sure.
just going to at least say, I know there's 3 taxes on there, so certainly while the total is $1 million, for example, I think it was animal services, $500,000 of that? Yes. So there's over $500,000 of that. So that would not be an eligible use for either the district attorney, the jail, or anything like that, the tax for animal services.
Correct. So the animal services.
And
is
then
gonna
public
stand on
health,
its
the
own
only
merit.
eligible use related to those agencies would be for jail medical.
Okay. Thank you, Leslie.
Sure.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Airy.
Yeah, just briefly, the maximum for the parish alimony, which is set forth in the Constitution, is 4 mills. But because of us not rolling it forward, we've lost the ability to do it. So yes, it's the maximum that we can do, but it's not the maximum that was approved in the Constitution.
That's correct. It was 4 mills.
So I understand it's confusing the way that Louisiana does it, but it's the maximum that we can do, but it's not the maximum that was allowed. And that's with most of the other taxes as well, except for animal services. And obviously with that one, we certainly received a significant amount of emails and calls about converting to a no-kill shelter, and that's what was done, but that costs more money. So we can certainly go back to killing puppies, I guess, if that's what everybody wants to do, but and I don't mean to be flippant about it, but those are the choices that we up here have to make. So I get it. I'm about as conservative as Republican as they come, and any tax increase is usually an automatic no for me, but I don't, I don't really know what to do. I understand that it would have certainly been much better if Mr. Sims had come out the first time and spoken on this. And I think it was a stroke of genius to have him be involved in this last election, because I know personally when I had him at homeowners meetings and he gave his speech, a lot of people said, well, you know, if I'd have known that, I'd have voted for this the first time. I just didn't realize it. Unfortunately, we couldn't get out to enough people, I think, to get that message across. But maybe at some point in the future that can be, because that situation just isn't tenable. And I understand it's real easy to say, yeah, let the judge tell us to pay it. But when the judge tells you pay it and you don't pay it, guess where you get to go? You get to go to the jail that we apparently aren't funding 100%. So I imagine there's probably some special cells for you. Maybe we'll be cellmates, so it won't be so bad. But well, there you go. There you go. Well, I think there'll probably be some special rules for us. But so I mean, I'm going to support this for what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayer. You want to get that food and medical, huh? Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay, so I think all of us agree with Ms. Wagner. Might be the only time all of us agree with Ms. Wagner, all of us, okay, that we would like to settle this without going to court, okay? But I mean, the amount of money that it's important to remember that if this passes, it's a drop. It's a little bitty tiny drop in how much money that they actually need. It's a drop, okay, for law enforcement in the courts, okay? And since we're being sued, and we don't know how things are going to turn out, I just don't think it's a good time to do it. Now, you want to break up the taxes, we're going to break them up. I'm an animal lover. I'm all for helping them with the money. They need the help. I mean, you go to the shelter, and we're doing a great job, but they could use some more money. There's no doubt about it. People are not responsible for their pets, unfortunately. A lot of people aren't. None of y'all, of course. So is it possible to postpone this possibly and break it up? Or are we looking at some kind of time limitation or legal limitation where we couldn't break this up into 3 or 4 different votes, 3 or 4 specifically designated votes?
What I can tell you, Councilman Smith, is that I'm not sure you could postpone it to break it up, because I'd have to review the advertising requirements. So there's public notice requirements, so many publications in your official journal, so many days before, 60 days prior to a vote. And then the assessor's office needs to complete the tax rolls. So they have to have, like recently I received an email where a majority of the taxing agencies have already adopted, their millages for the year. So anyway, so they're trying to complete the tax roll to put it out for public inspection, and they want to do that by August 1st. So that's what, we kind of set the timeline based on that, going like, okay, if we adopt in July, then we have to introduce in as early as, I think we introduced in May, because you have to, anyway, there's probably a list of about 12 requirements that we have to meet in order for this to be, I guess, a legal roll-up, because after this, we will present all of our papers to the Legislative Auditor's Office, and they will review them to make sure that we gave notice to the legislators, that we did a press release, that we advertised all these times. There's about 12 different requirements that you have to make sure the public is aware, and that you have properly noticed the public so that they could come make comment. So, I mean, today I sit here and say I don't think that you could postpone and split it up. That's the information that I have.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Smith, you're finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lorino.
Ms. Long, is any of this money being used, could be used for raises?
That would not be the intent, no.
Could it be used for raises?
I think that if they're, I guess, for the budgets, for the amount of money this is going to be, for an example, in the general fund, is that where you want to discuss the general fund or animal services?
The general fund,
I mean, sure, any of the money could be used for raises. However, it would have to be budgeted that way.
Okay.
So,
You know, we sit here now, and as somebody said, I think it was Miss O'Brien, the people have said 4 times, no more increases. I received emails and texts today, no more increases, Mike. Okay?
yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, a couple of them said, can you understand? No more increases. But then I sit here and we'll listen to appeals for projects, and people will come up opposing it. And then they come up a little bit later saying, well, we don't want it here, we want it over there, and they support that one. So it's all over the place. It bounces all over the place on this one. So this is a tough issue for us sitting up here. It's a very small amount. I don't know who said it, but somebody said it's a very small amount. This vote is not going to prevent one thing that Mr. Collins talked about, unless he gets all of the money, which I don't think that's the case. We're still going to have a problem, a serious problem in the DA's office. This issue is not going to correct that. We're going to have a problem with the sheriff. He's got issues, and the Justice Center. This does not cure anything.
No, it's a very small.
That is correct.
As we said, it's about
That is correct.
$300,000.
You know, the only thing it cures is we're going to raise taxes. And somewhere along the line, I hope some of the people in this room that are supporting this will come back out and help the parish, because we're going to have an increase in revenue coming into this parish to survive. Or we're going to be having these same discussions. They're going to be a little bit worse. We need to look at everything, and we need everybody's help. We can't pick and choose. That's what has me upset. We're going to pick and choose and say, this one's okay. The other ones weren't. So I'm having a hard time, as I said, voting for it. But I realize what the DA's issues are. I knew them 5 years ago, and I said it then. But here we are, and I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you, ma'am. But
Yes, sir.
I'm having a tough time voting for it, and not because of any other reason other than the people who said no 4 times. And whether it's in roll-up or whether it's a tax, if I'm paying $1 today and $2 tomorrow, it's an increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino. Mr. Toledano.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. I guess the first thought I have as I listen to us talk about this is what a difficult position that we have been put into to decide what looks almost like a minimus, and it is in fact a minimus tax, which will not solve all the problems in this community. But it should send us a great lesson for those people that automatically oppose every tax, every effort to fund the government, but every day of the week they want more for less. Now, if you show me one person in this room that cannot afford, as Mr. Davis very properly pointed out, a $4 a year tax to contribute to the cost of the government that provides services, I'd be shocked. So what are we really dealing with? We're dealing with an issue that becomes not an arithmetic issue, not a can I afford it issue. We're talking about an issue that has gotten to be so overly politicized that it makes us look bad to think we would have the audacity to ask people for $4. And I go back to what I've said before. We, as a council, you as the general public, should never have been put in this position. These taxes should have been passed the first time because they were minimus taxes paid by 20-something% by people who live outside of St. Tammany Parish to fund the basic services of government. And we rejected it 3 or 4 times. Frankly, I lost count. And maybe in all fairness, we didn't do the proper job sometimes of communicating that. But at the end of the day, we in this room have a responsibility to make sure that the people that speak against these automatically, and quite frankly, some of them are automatic, they're opposed to everything, do not carry the day. Now, our problem is much more severe than this $1 million in 2.7, whatever the number is. But at least it's a start. But the thing that I wanted to hear, and I heard it from Colin Sims, and I respect what he says, and pardon my French, doggone it or better than that, when we go back to the public this time and do a better job of explaining why we need a certain amount of dollars to run this government for their benefit, I'm going to be looking not only for this gentleman who had the courage to come here tonight, and I thank him for that, but I'm looking for his boss or whoever's in that position to come to the plate and speak in favor of his department. Because in reality, to not do so will be cutting his own staff members because there won't be any money available. So as much as part of me says, you know, I don't like it, I think I have a responsibility in this seat to vote for it. It doesn't solve any problems in the long run, the big problems, so to speak, but at least it's an effort. And what I wanted to hear is just what that gentleman said, that they will be on board. Because these days of sitting there and not having a department head support a tax that is for his own employees is crazy, and it needs to end. Now, I know the last time, just so the record's very clear, Mr. Montgomery published a written statement 4 days before. Well, that's like putting out a flyer over Tangible Parish to say, vote for the tax in Bay St. Louis. Nobody's going to get that information. But the next time, hopefully government in this community will come together and work for the common good. And on a trusting basis, I'm going to vote for it because I don't think it imposes a burden on anybody in this audience, to me or you or to anybody else. But at least it's an effort to take a step forward. And quite frankly, and I said this to somebody in a passing conversation, I don't want anybody in the public to say, well, you know what? You had a chance to support this tax and raise whatever amount it is, $1.2 million, and you didn't do it. Now you want us to do something. I don't want anybody to tell me that. I would be insulted by it, but as a practical matter, I think I could see somebody making that argument. So I'm going to do my part in this seat, even though I don't like taxes either, and we all feel we pay too much, but I feel we have a responsibility to it. But I know that guy back there, if he says he's on board to support it next time, he will. And I give him credit to convince his boss, who personally I think could have made it. I would have liked to have seen his boss. I see our good coroner sitting in the back. He came. And I would have liked to have seen Mr. Montgomery here. But see him or not, I feel our responsibility is to vote for it, even though in the long run we shouldn't have been put in this position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taldano. Mr. Dean.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to ask that we go on with our meeting since we've got 4 appeals, presentations, appointments, all of that. So I like to say this. I know that, because I don't want to be back up here at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock this morning. That seems to have become the norm. what would, to somebody tell me, Melissa, I see, do y'all remember what percentage of the people just came out to vote for this latest tax? I mean, for this, 8%.
percent, yeah.
8%. Single digits. How many voters do we have in the parish?
About 100,000.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to put you on the spot. We got 260,000 people.
I think it's about 100,000, 110.
So, okay, 165,000 voters. 8% of those people came out to vote. 8%. And then now, you think I care? I mean, you think that I mind 1 second pushing that yes vote when it comes to rolling up taxes? Nope, not at all. These are taxes that have been voted on already. All right? I don't feel bad one bit. Because if the other 92% had really cared, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You know, I mean, I'm just, yes, I agree, Mr. Montgomery should have gotten up there and said that, so should have the sheriff, everybody. We really needed the support when we needed it. But I'm not feeling bad 1 second when I hit that thing. I don't know what, you know, how many of you voted out here? If you did, please don't stand up at that microphone. Or if you didn't, please don't stand up at that microphone, because you have no business having an opinion if you didn't vote. And I'm not talking about just the people here, but I'm talking about the people on, out of the TV audience. 8%, that is a shame, and they are the same people probably who came over here from somewhere else for what we have, for our low crime rate, thanks to people like Mr. Sims, our low crime rate thanks to people like Sheriff Smith, our good living, but yet they vote everything down. They come and tear down our schools and tell about how awful we are, don't want to vote for a school tax. It's just ridiculous. And believe me, I've had an R behind my name since I started voting for Ronald Reagan in 1980. All right? So it has nothing to do with that. It just has, it's common sense. But it makes me mad that we're sitting here spending so much time talking about that 92% who didn't get out to vote. So that's it. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. T.J. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I have two questions as a point of clarification for me as I anticipate making my vote. And while I agree with a lot that I heard, and I disagree with some of what I heard as well, but we won't get into the bushes about that. First question, I heard Mr. Airy say that at the legislative, at the state level, our initial approval was 4 mills. And because we did not roll it up, we lost that maximum of 4, correct? My question is, if we don't roll up now, do we have the potential of losing the maximum of where we are now?
It's based on a 4-year cycle, and the next cycle will start in 2024. So you have this year to roll forward or next year to roll forward. If you don't roll forward by next year, then yes, you lose that maximum. It will further decrease from the 4 mills that are constitutionally allowable under the law.
Thank you.
It would actually reduce, rather than, the 4 mills constitutionally does not change, but ours would change from the 2.89 that we would like to, or that we're proposing to assess, to what the current millage is, 2.75. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, that would be the new legal max. You'll have a new legal max.
Thank you. Second question. St. Tammany Parish is a retirement community. And for those of us who are here and those of us who may be watching and those who live in this parish and pay taxes, many of our citizens take advantage of the tax freeze. So if we roll this up, so they will understand, as we will too, if we roll this up, will their frozen status be changed? Will not. I see you shaking your head.
Not their frozen status.
So this will not impact their tax liability.
No, it will impact their tax liability. The freeze is on the assessed value of their property, and then the millage is applied to the value.
Whatever it's frozen at.
So the increase in millage will generate, just like we talked about, for a $275,000 house, $5.40. If you had a $100,000 home, it's more like 70 cents because of the homestead exemption.
Thank you. And finally, I am also very conscious of the fact that a penny here, a nickel there, and a quarter there, it does add up. And I am so anti-tax, it's incredible. But I'll let that be expressed with my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. T.J. Smith. And I didn't mean to confuse things by shaking my head. Yes, the frozen status remained the same.
Yeah.
But as Ms. Leslie said, depending upon where you're at, you stay there. But then the tax would be applied or not applied, depending on if your homestead exemption covered the whole thing. Let me end with saying this. At the federal level, representatives of the federal government can raise taxes on us all they want. We have no say-so. Well, they say we do, every 4 years, every 2 years, whatever. At the state level, taxes can be raised. They have been raised. Not this. We had a governor come in and said we need an extra cent sales tax, and perhaps we did, and that's all that's needed: a vote of the legislature. In local government, one of the things that I treasure is the fact that the people get to vote on taxes itself. They get to vote on renewals of taxes. It does have a sunset, okay? Mr. Dean made a wonderful point, and that is 8% of the people, man, that is depressing. You know, it just is, because we're just relying now on those who are very for something, FOR, or those who are very against something, okay, to determine the future of this parish. But I respect the vote, the votes of the people. Mr. T.J. Smith referred to something that was brought up earlier, I think, by Mr. Davis and whoever, and that is the people approved millages. And the adjusted millage rate was quite a bit higher that was approved by the people. Approved by the people. Me and you. This increase that's being asked for, what the people approved, it was higher than this. So, because I've been at this a while, like Mr. Dean and others here, Mr. Canulet, et cetera, Mr. TJ, I'm not just outlining all of us who are aged, okay? But, let me tell you, there's many times that we have not rolled forward. This council, previous councils, previous to that previous council, because if we had, the adjusted millage rate would be much higher right now. Why didn't previous councils roll forward? Because you know what? It would have been a money grab. Honestly, it would have given us more money than we needed. Now, circumstances are somewhat different, because respecting the people and their right to vote on any sales tax, millage, a new one, a renewal, I respect that. This is one of those hard votes where we have to look at what are the current circumstances. I'm going to end with this. Unfortunately, the current circumstances is sold to us on TV every night. Every night, the current circumstances, whether we like it or not, are sold to us in this country every night. You watch any national channel, and you're going to find out how many people shot how many people at a festival, how many people shot how many people at a church, or other places, okay? There's crime everywhere. Our sister parishes have crime all over the place. I have concerns about that, because I think the core of St. Tammany Parish, along with recreation and our church community, our private community, our public communities, if bad people do bad things, we got to put them in jail. And the law requires that everybody gets a fair trial. And that means there's a prosecutor and there's a defense attorney and there's a judge, and those have to be funded. If they're not funded, I don't know what we do as a community. I don't. So I'm giving a lot of consideration to everything. I don't like increases in taxes, but there can be worse. So thank you. Excuse me. Who's the representative from the animal shelter? Okay, because we only have one vote, okay? Ma'am, you want to come up? I was just made aware someone from the animal shelter was here.
My name is Emily.
Yes. Emily what?
Emily Hurdle.
In your address?
My address is 65 Park Place in Mandeville.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm a little nervous because I didn't know that I would be speaking tonight and working with the animals. To be honest with you, kind of like the animals, the workers that work at Animal Services, we're all a bit humble and voiceless ourselves, so I'm kind of a bit nervous to go up. But I can't tell you how badly this money is needed. I think I ran the numbers today. In 90 days, we've taken in almost 1,200 animals. I can't even tell you, it's almost like a war zone at the shelter. If you've ever been, we are running back and forth. We aren't taking our lunches. We're eating standing up. We are doing the best that we can, but they're coming in sicker than ever. We're getting more owner surrenders because people cannot afford the medical costs. They can't afford to feed their pets. We have a food pantry outside. Anytime you need it, you come. Day or night, it's open. If you need food, we'll give you anything that you need, but it's not enough. The dogs are coming in with parasites, with worms, with heartworms. The medical costs are going up through the roof. We want to save them, but I feel like it's not going to be possible if we don't get this increase. And that's really hard to say because we're the ones that are working on ground zero. We're the boots on the ground. And when this is the difference between life or death for them, and it's what you think about when you go to sleep, I just can't imagine not having it. And sometimes I think it's easy to say, well, these aren't my animals. These are, this is another animal that I've never met before. But number one, they're your community's animals, right? This is the cat that's out on the street, or this is your neighbor's dog, Max, and his child let the dog out the gate and he's hit on the side of the road, and you need an animal control officer to respond, right? And Max is hurt and he needs to go back to our facility and he needs veterinary care, but what if we can't afford to pay for it? Because we've already used up all of our budget. And we have to euthanize Max on our veterinary floor, right? But he's your dog. And we could have saved him, but we didn't, right? And we don't want to go back to how it was. But if we don't get this money, we might have to. We just cannot keep up with the increase. I think since COVID, people are just losing their money. They're losing their homes, and our intake is increasing drastically, and we're not able to keep up with the numbers and the save rate that we had in 2020 and 2021. And if you follow our Facebook page, we are doing everything that we can, but it is not enough. We cannot keep up with the numbers. And I just want to point out that none of us are asking for a raise. We're happy to take the Starbucks pay or less, the Chick-fil-A pay. We'll do that night or day if it means that we can save them.
Thank you, ma'am.
No.
Thank you very much. You did really well for, let me tell you. I think that's why it resonated so well. It was from the heart. Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald.
I just had one quick statement. She should have been our only speaker. We would have voted.
Yeah.
This would have been over
with. There we go. Very good. All right.
Wonderful job. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Okay, I need a motion and a second. Motion by Ms. Cheryl Tanner, seconded by Mr. Toledano. Seeing no other comments, please vote. Right here. Press that.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 nay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Let's see. Item 3 is ordinance calendar number 6988, ordinance establishing parcel fees for the year 2022. This requires an 8-vote majority. Do we have any speakers on this, Mr. Mitchell? We have any speakers on this from the public? Okay, thank you. Coming to the council. Okay, I need excuse me, Mr. Dean, you want to make the motion? Yeah. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Ms. Casbon. Any comment? Please vote. And we're going to vote here.
The motion to approve is unanimous with 14 yeas and no nays.
Thank you. Okay. Next item, presentations. Presentation and proclamation of St. Tammany Parish Government Employee of the Month, President Cooper.
Thank you, members of the council, those here in the audience, our wonderful citizens. Every month I have the opportunity to present a proclamation to an Employee of the Month. And this evening, I am very proud and pleased to present Mr. Rodney Alexander with the Utilities Department. Please come up, Mr. Alexander. Whereas Rodney Alexander began his service to St. Tammany Parish in March of 2010 as a wastewater operator in the Department of Utilities. He was promoted to utility operator in May of 2020 and was most recently promoted to Equipment Operator 4 in January of 2022. And whereas Rodney is honest, dedicated, and reliable and consistently demonstrates an exceptional commitment to keeping our utility functions maintained. And whereas Rodney is routinely called to service at all hours during emergency events and is willing to go over and above standard expectations to ensure excellent customer service. And whereas Rodney Alexander is an outstanding employee, performs his duties in an exemplary manner, and is devoted to serving the citizens of St. Tammany. Now therefore I, Michael Cooper, as parish president of this great parish, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Mr. Rodney Alexander as Employee of the Month, July 2022, and encourage all employees, citizens, and the parish council to thank him for his contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations, Mr. Rodney Alexander. Thank you, sir. Mr. Alexander was nominated by Cindy Samuel in the Utilities Department, and some of the utilities people are here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cooper. Mr. Mike Smith?
Say, Mr. Rodney, I'm on a first-name basis with him because of St. Tammany Utilities. And when they say middle of the night, when it's freezing or it's burning up in the middle of the day, and you've got to have, somebody's got to get in the pit where the sewage is, Mr. Rodney's always there. He's always there. Okay, you know, I know when he's out there that the job's going to get done and somebody's going to be there watching to make sure the job gets done until the end of it. So this is well deserved.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mike Smith, and congratulations, Mr. Alexander. Okay, our next item, item 2 on presentations, Dr. Preston of the Coroner's Office 2021 Annual Report. State law requires that most of parish-wide elected officials, including the Coroner's Office, provide us with a 1 year, every year annual report. Thank you, Dr. Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. And thank you, Council, for making time for me. I am hoping that this is going to be really simple. We're going to plug in a couple of things. picture looks great here. Okay. So again, thank you so much. Probably my favorite part of Act 151 is it is written into the law that once a year I get to come here and to talk to all of you and to all of the people in the community about what is happening in the coroner's office. Now, what's happening in IT is a little odd because that's not my presentation. But you can handle my email if you want to take care of it for me. So that was showing my desktop, not my presentation. So as an aside, I'll just mention to you that you probably are aware, a couple of weeks ago, the coroner's office, Florida Parishes Health Service Authority, and NAMI sponsored a suicide symposium. And so I was there presenting all the statistics for St. Tammany Parish, and 3 slides in, I realized every slide had been randomly reordered in the transmission. All my years in academia, this was always my nightmare, so I bring a computer, 2 more copies, and hope this works. And if it doesn't, we'll wing it.
All right. Where's your presentation?
PowerPoint. Look, there it is. Sweet deal. Maybe sweet deal. Once you hit
They
that.
want to get the 2 off. We can get it.
Again, let's see if we can get into it. Okay, everybody fingers crossed. Perfect. So again, thank you so much for your time and attention. I never thought that the coroner would be the lighthearted subject at a council meeting, but I'm really glad that that I am not coming before all of those other people. The coroner's office has its authority both in the Constitution and statutory law. And the coroner's office has a number of different important functions. Everybody's aware of the responsibility of the coroner to investigate death. I think a lot of people understand what a big impact the coroner's office has in mental health, not just in the involuntary commitment process, but also by working with the parish government as partners to work at Safe Haven to try and bring a higher quality of care to folks. In this parish, we track every single death. There are 13 things that constitute a coroner's cases. In many parishes, they just send those 13 things out and the hospital calls the coroner when a death occurs. In our parish, we get a call for every single death that occurs in St. Tammany Parish. And so that represents an investigation. And when I say it's an investigation, I mean for the investigators, it's the same work to put in that case, to create the records, to take the narrative and make a disposition as it is for a triple homicide. So again, we have those statutory and constitutional duties to take care of. In St. Tammany, we are different than most parishes in that we are funded. We're funded by the coroner's millage that was passed in 2004. And that gave us the opportunity to really grow this office and to make it, I think, probably one of the best in the entire state. We have a federally certified DNA laboratory, which is critical for public safety. We also have a very robust chaplain corps that helps to respond to the scenes of unexpected death and give spiritual support, as well as help folks walk through the process of the coroner's office. As I alluded to, Act 151 or RS 13:5726 was passed in the 2021 session that returns the autonomy to the coroner's office and called for the transfer of the property by October 1st, 2021. That hasn't happened yet. What is our duty in terms of death investigation? I've listed a whole bunch of things, and for everybody's information, I think all of you have a copy of the complete annual report. It will appear on our website as well. So these are really just the highlights, but we go into a lot more detail in the printed version. So if you look at all of these things here, we see suspicious, unexpected deaths, unusual deaths, violent deaths, hangings, burnings, electrocutions. What it comes down to is any death that is not a natural cause, that becomes the jurisdiction of the coroner's office. And so it's really easier, particularly when speaking with other physicians, just to say if it's not a natural death, it must be certified by the coroner. So a primary care doctor cannot certify death on an accident victim. And then every child under the age of 1, unless there's an obvious reason for that death. That's a full investigation and an autopsy, and there are actually very specific criteria as to how we handle deaths under 1 year of age. And this gives you an idea of what we've done over the last 3 years. No surprise, as the population has grown, so has our call volume. So you can see that in 2021, we handled about 3,100 investigations. So that's a case for every single one. Some cases, particularly contract cases, don't get a full autopsy. The parish coroner simply wants an external examination to say there are no holes or knives or anything broken, and a toxicology because they suspect an overdose. We don't do that in St. Tammany. In St. Tammany, we do a complete investigation and autopsy on overdoses. Frankly, because of the practical reason, you don't get that panel back for 6 weeks. So if it comes back negative, 6 weeks later, you can't go back and do an autopsy on somebody who's cremated. So again, some other parishes that do struggle with finances contract to do less than what we consider the standard of care, and we deliver that upon their request. And then some cases, as I mentioned, are externals and toxicology. And then there are cases that we certify without any post-mortem examination. And an example would be somebody that's involved in a motor vehicle accident, they've been in the hospital for a month, and the medical record completely delineates all of their injury. There is nothing to gain by doing an autopsy. That we would do is what we call a medical record case, where we'll just subpoena all the records, go through that, and execute the death certificate based on the medical records. Again, you can see we've been a little busy, almost 900 autopsies. And again, I have to mention that this is not just St. Tammany Parish. This is St. Tammany Parish and the outside parishes that we were contracting with that really bring in almost over half of our cases. And again, those contract cases are done on a fee-for-service basis. So when we do that case, we're bringing their tax dollars into this parish. We're not pushing our tax dollars out to another parish. The manners of death are a multiple choice question, and I'll tell you what is so concerning to me. Well, first, the celebration, the big win. If any of you saw the article recently about the shortage of forensic pathologists, our neighbor parishes are reporting homicides in the hundreds. We reported 9 last year. So, again, not to get out of my lane, but if you want to know why you pay your taxes to live in St. Tammany Parish, you can have 300 murders or you can have 9, and I suspect that probably all 9 of those resulted in an arrest and likely a conviction. One of the things that's so concerning is, over the history of medicine, the #1 cause of death is natural. People get old, they have heart attacks, they have strokes, they get cancer, they die. But when you look at our statistics, the #1 cause is accidental, and the vast majority of those accidents are overdoses. And I'm going to show you a little bit of data in a minute, but that just tells you how bad the drug problem is, not just in St. Tammany Parish, but throughout the country, when overdose deaths are eclipsing natural deaths. And again, we all know drugs are a big problem. The coroner's office is involved in several different surveillance initiatives with the FBI and the DEA. We survey for novel drugs, and we have active initiatives to try and prevent drug overdoses. So we have an initiative where we work with fire departments to provide Narcan. I've given so many instruction classes on how to use Narcan and what the indication is and why it's so important to have it. And again, we continue to speak out, particularly now with the fentanyl mixed into it. It is just a mess. And in your printed report, you will see a link to a video that we did with the school board that talks about how just fentanyl becomes a lethal injection. And again, when you look at the total overdose deaths, which you can see is about 160, 115 of those are fentanyl. So the vast majority, and of course when you see opiates right next to it, keep in mind that red bar goes in that same bar because fentanyl is an opiate. So for all the opiate overdoses, 132, looks like 115-ish were involved in fentanyl. That's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse because fentanyl is being pressed into pills that look like prescriptions. And the scariest thing of all is it's now being put into a vape delivery device. And that is so scary because if you've seen anybody vape, that cloud that comes out of their lungs, it's going to be full of fentanyl. Take a big deep breath. Hope you have some Narcan with you. So again, I think this issue is very serious. We work closely with all of the agencies, including the sheriff's office, but I'll tell you, it's a big burden to overcome. Again, we've been always labeled as one of the highest suicide rates in the state, and during the research to support the suicide symposium, it turns out that that's absolutely true. These may look like huge different numbers by the graph, but really 44 and 42, or 45, 46, I can't read them all, but those are not necessarily statistically significant. That research is being done by my office now, and we'll eventually publish a paper that looks at the studies from 2014 to 2021 that we just presented. As I said again, why do we love St. Tammany Parish? You look at the homicides, 11 in 2019, 17 in 2020, and 9 in 2021. There's a reason that we live in this parish. And of course, we have a big mental health responsibility, not just for involuntary commitments, but also working with the Safe Haven Advisory Board. And of course, when this was written for 2021, we had just opened up the Crisis Receiving Center, which is going to make a huge difference in the delivery of mental health care in St. Tammany Parish. I think we are probably on the cutting edge of all the parishes in the state. There's been a little hiccup, but the concept is still sound, and having a crisis receiving center is really important to our parish and the mental health. And again, when you look at our commitments for 2021, we did 567 orders for protective custody. The 4,989 physician emergency certificates are filled out by physicians, usually in emergency departments. We respond after that, and that's the 3,558 coroners emergency certificates that we touched. So when you look at these numbers, you can see that we have a significant mental health problem here in St. Tammany Parish, just like there is in every other state in the entire country. And fortunately, there are a lot of things happening at many different levels to try and make treatment easier to access. And then we have a sexual assault nurse examining program. The coroner is constitutionally charged with the responsibility to examine the survivor of sexual assaults. In most places, you simply designate the emergency physician as the deputy coroner, and they do those examinations. We set up the sexual assault nurse examining program here in St. Tammany Parish several years ago. And again, this is a service that we offer to parishes with less resources. And again, it's a fee-for-service service line that we offer. In fact, every sane case is a fee-for-service case. And even the ones in St. Tammany Parish, they're paid for by the hospitals, because the hospitals know that the SANE nurses are going to do a much more thorough examination, and they'll be available for expert testimony when that time comes around as well. And again, you can see the numbers. One of the things that I would point out here is you see that there are 3 post-mortem sexual assault nurse examiner exams. We started some research probably about 3 years ago, and I found 1 reported case of a post-mortem sexual assault exam. I think we're up to about 20 right now. So again, that's an area that the research team inside the office will work on getting the publication to push that data out. And then I talk about our DNA lab, and you see here I say this is not our DNA lab, this is your DNA lab. And this really is a gift that the people of St. Tammany Parish gave to the people of St. Tammany Parish. Our federally certified DNA lab both will secure a conviction, but also can secure exoneration and a release. So, you know, you probably saw stories with Lee Zurich. The state police turnaround time is about 18 to 24 months. If we need to, we can rush a case and get a preliminary result within about 48 to 72 hours. So, again, if you or somebody that you love is sitting in jail for a crime that they didn't commit, do you want to sit there for 2 years to be exonerated by DNA, or 3 to 5 days? I think everybody will pick 3 to 5 days, especially law enforcement and the DA. They don't want the wrong person, they want the right person. And so having this here in our parish really is an incredible benefit in terms of making sure that we're getting the right people in jail. And Mr. Bender mentioned it, the CSI effect. Every jury now wants to see some DNA or videotape. You know, again, hard to argue with DNA, and when you look at the full report that you have in front of you, you'll see that we may do 300 cases in a year and have 1 testimony. Why is that? Because when the DA goes to the defendant and says, by the way, I know you said you weren't there, but it's weird, we've got your DNA on the doorknob, and we got your DNA on the gun, and we got your DNA on the body, suddenly they start to talk deal. And of course, as Mr. Sims said, they don't have to go to trial. That saves time, that saves money, and most importantly, gets to the right result in a very quick way. While 96% of our work is done for law enforcement, we do use it in the coroner's office to establish positive identification. You know, for the scientific standard, you can't have probable somebody, you have to have positive. And DNA, again, is undisputable identification. And again, you can look at the numbers of the DNA cases. They are working, they're working hard. We work very, very closely with LOPA. They're tied into our reporting system, and so when we have somebody who is a potential organ donor, they're notified immediately, they contact us, and we literally discuss the case, you know, step by step to say, what can we recover? There was a time, you know, when if it was a homicide, there was no recovery. And frankly, when I was working in the emergency department, I encountered that, and so when I became coroner, I said, there's no way that I'm going to refuse a donation when somebody has a single gunshot wound to the head. And everything from here down is great. Perfect heart, beautiful kidneys, pancreas, all the things that can be taken. And again, I say I'm very proud. If you look at the last bullet point, out of 14 donors, we saved 25 lives, 32 tissue donors enhanced 2,420 lives. So by being in close contact and having that working relationship with LOPA, we are really good at capturing potential donors. And again, it is the gift of life. And then my favorite part is our life safety programs. Yeah, we respond to a lot of tragedy, but we're trying prevent some tragedy along the way. Our main program is the Cribs for Kids program that teaches safe sleep and provides a safe sleep platform for parents. We also have a firearm safety course, which then you get a free gun lock when you finish the course. And again, the nice thing about that is it not only fosters responsible gun ownership, particularly with children in the house, but there's studies that show having the presence of that gun lock may result in that pause somebody needs between the thought of I can't live any longer and the act of actually dying by suicide. So again, this is a national organization that we're part of. We're very proud, and we're out in the public trying to give away all the gun locks and Narcan and cribs that we can possibly do. We've got pieces for shaken babies, opioids and dangerous drugs. We have now started with the appointment of Dr. Robert Sigilito, the Chief Deputy Coroner, who's also a Navy veteran. He is now in charge of the Veterans Affairs of the Coroner's Office. So he's gotten really tight with the VA, and he's been very busy. And of course, everybody wants to know about the money. Of course. So as I said earlier, the majority of our funding comes from a millage that was passed in 2004 dedicated to the coroner's office. We do our very best to create additional revenue by fee-for-service cases, like autopsies for fee-for-service. Sexual assault nurse examiner program is all fee-for-service. And then we try and get a little grant money. And we actually generate some money for services that happen out of the parish. So when you look at our revenue, of course, far and away, most of the revenue comes out of the millage that supports our office. But if you look at the little orange slice, that's what we've been generating by doing out-of-parish autopsies, out-of-parish sexual assault survivor examinations, and some money in psychiatry. And then, of course, where does the money go? Just like every other business, the vast majority of our money goes to salary, wages, and benefits. Personnel are expensive, and I'm telling you, when you're trying to buy forensic pathologists, they're really expensive. So, again, you know, we have a lot of very highly trained, high-level employees, and so our salary line is a major part of our budget. And then you can see some of the other things. We get service, we get paid for forensic psychiatry service. So if somebody from another parish comes into St. Tammany Parish, which happens a lot, we charge $100 to examine that patient. And I will tell you, this is a 2022 thing, but as I realized how much money we were spending, and we were spending about $500,000 a year on contract psychiatrists. And so I thought about it, and I said, for the cost of what we're paying in contract, I've now hired a second full-time psychiatrist. So now I have two full-timers, and I don't have to pay contract labor to do these cases. So again, keeping my fingers crossed, we're not going to get rich out of mental health, but it's like you guys have talked about all night, every little bit helps. And so we're always out there looking for places that we can help to defray the costs. So the part you've been waiting for, in conclusion, the coroner's office has a multitude of functions: death investigation, sexual assault nurse examining program, mental health responsibilities, public safety responsibilities, DNA, and again, I know that you all see me in the community because I run into all of you everywhere that we go to try and push out the message. And I think the most important thing you've hit on tonight is my goal is to educate the public about what the coroner's office does, and it's not just death investigation. So at this time, I'll be happy to field any questions, but you have 3 minutes each.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Doctor. About the fentanyl situation, do the people that are taking these opioid drugs know that the fentanyl is inside of the drugs?
No, and that's what makes it so very dangerous, because now it's being pressed into pills. The most popular ones to fake are Adderall, benzodiazepines or Xanax, and then hydrocodone and opiate.
Right.
And it seems kind of counterintuitive. Again, my vast research watching Nat Geo drug wars, you would think that when you're killing somebody off, that would run away your customers. But in the addict's mind, it's just the opposite. That, hey, if that guy died from it, that must be really, really good. So I want to get that, and I'm going to take just a little less. And we've had a couple of episodes where we will get a cluster of 3, 4, 5 overdose deaths in a weekend.
That's a shame. Thank you.
Mr. Toledano.
Thank you. Chuck, I've been impressed for years with the job that you guys do in your office and all the good people that you have working for you, and I appreciate it. My question is, do y'all have a formal outreach program where you send speakers out to high schools to give kids a wake-up call about drug use and all the repercussions associated? Do you have a formal, organized outreach program? And if you didn't have it, I would just urge you to work towards that in the next year. But do you have that?
So yes, we do. So one of our investigators who has the highest level of training of all, he's a fellow in the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigation, is in charge of community outreach and special event coordination. And we have reached into the schools many times. Again, unfortunately, I've appeared at Mandeville High School more than I'd like to think about. But we also, there's a program every year with law enforcement, the DEA, and the FBI, and usually I participate in that as well to talk about just these issues. It is literally one pill will kill. And again, I think there's a great video that was shot by the school board that really drives that message home, and it's specifically aimed for school-age folks.
So do I take that to mean that you don't wait for X school to call you? You all literally outreach to them and say, we have someone available, would you like us to come?
Yes, we do. And again, we work with our partners, you know, NAMI and Florida Parish Health Services Authority.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano. Dr. Preston, it looks like I'll wrap it up. I just want to say, I remember when you were elected in 2014, and I got to know you, and over those years, I've gotten to know you pretty doggone well. There's so many compliments that I could give to Dr. Preston's office, to his employees, to the way they do business. But to me, the biggest thing is, and Mr. Toledano kind of edged on it, Dr. Preston sees a problem. He doesn't wait for it to become like the Omicron variant. He goes after that problem as soon as he sees it becoming an issue. And Dr. Preston, I just want to thank you for being so proactive instead of just reactive. You're running an amazing office, and you're an amazing person. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It is really a privilege to work with this team of incredible folks who are really doing very difficult work every single day, and somehow they still manage to have a smile on their face when they come to work.
Thank you, Dr. Preston.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving on. The introduction of junior council member for July is Michaela Bender. That's a name I know. Michaela, it will be my 22nd junior council member of the month since another council member back about 14 years ago created the concept. But she is the first of any of my children or grandchildren. The other 21 were not my children or grandchildren, but very good children. And we don't have the time to do this. I wouldn't do it. Marty, I'm not doing it. Believe me. But I'll tell you, all 21 of those kids, some of them, the first are just, my first one has a 4-year scholarship to Tulane University Medical Center and was a child that had a heart defect before 1 year old and didn't know if that person would survive, and he did survive. And look what he's doing now. That was our first junior council member of the month. So Michaela Bender, Michaela, you want to stand up, babe? Okay. Yeah. Might need that vote one day, you know, you got to be nice. So Michaela is my granddaughter from my second son, Brad Bender, and one of my wonderful daughter-in-laws, I've got a slew of wonderful daughter-in-laws, Lindsay Bender, and they actually live in Mr. Canulet's district. We might try to grab that. No, I'm just kidding, Chris. Michaela's 11 years old. She goes to a school at St. Margaret Mary in Slidell. She will be a 5th grader come August. She's active both in her schoolwork and in extracurricular activities. She plays the piano. She's a member of the dance team. She plays volleyball. What was the other thing you told me? Excuse me, not volleyball. Basketball. And what was the other thing? And she loves hamburgers. Yes, I remember that. Loves hamburgers. So, Michaela, I'm going to read this real quick up here, and your mom and dad will be able to frame it. So, St. Tammany Parish Government Certificate of Recognition. St. Tammany Parish Council recognizes Michaela Bender for serving as junior council member at the July 7th, 2022 council meeting, signed by myself as council chairman and our parish president, Michael Cooper, okay? And so, Michaela, congratulations. And every junior council member gets the same kind of pin, which is now magnetized, that we wear, okay? So I'm gonna let your mom put that right up here on you, and you wear that very proudly, okay? And I'm gonna give you a kiss. I love you. Here you go. Okay, thank you. She's gonna stay with us a little while longer. Moving on, under appointments, item 1, resolution to appoint D'Artagnan Sanders as an alternate on the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Board of Zoning Adjustments, Mr. T.J. Smith.
Make a motion to appoint.
Motion by Mr. T.J. Smith to appoint, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. This requires 8 votes. Also need a motion and a second to suspend the rules and adopt Mr. T.J. Smith, if that's what you'd like to do tonight.
That's fine.
Okay. Motion by Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulet, to suspend the rules and appoint. Please vote on suspending the rules. Can I do the appointment with it? Yes, we'll combine the two. Thank you. Ms. Emily, thank you.
The motion to suspend and appoint is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 2, resolution to reappoint Dr. Arigio Morgan, Ian Shaw, Carmen Butler, Rebecca Taylor, and Mary Renu to the Board of Commissioners for the Library Board of Controls. Again, I'll need a motion and a second to suspend the rules and adopt. Motion by Mr. Canulet, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Ms. Kelly LaRocca, are you here? Look, do you want to speak? I think this is going to pass. That doesn't mean we don't want you to speak. Do you want to speak?
They have all served faithfully.
Come on up. By the way, I got to know Ms. Kelly when she was the assistant director. Tremendous. I mean, the library is just tremendously well-run. And it continues. Thank you, Kelly. Go ahead.
These board members ranging from 20 years of service up through 2 years of service. And so they've all worked very hard for the library. And I do have our board president with us here this evening,
Wonderful.
Rebecca Taylor.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it very much. Thank you all for your service. Keep the good work going. Need a motion and a second to suspend the rules and adopt. Did I get that? Yeah, you got it. Who was it? Me and Mike. Mr. Canulet, Mr. Mike Smith. Seeing no others in the queue, please vote.
The motion to suspend and appoint is unanimous.
Congratulations. Okay, on the consent calendar. excuse me, one more. Item 3 is, you're going to vote this one here. Item 3 is resolution to reappoint Ed Canton and Mary Ann Dutton for the Hospital Service District Number 2 Permanent Nominating Committee. I highly recommend both, but I need a motion from someone. Mr. Candelat, seconded by Mr. Airy. We do not need to suspend the rules, so please vote.
The motion to appoint is unanimous.
Ordinance for introduction. These are the items that need to be pulled. Item under ordinances for introduction. Item 1, ordinance calendar number 7013. Excuse me. Yes, on the consent calendar. I'm sorry, on the consent calendar. On the ordinances for introduction, pull item 1, ordinance calendar number 7013. Item 19, ordinance calendar number 7031. Item 30, ordinance calendar number 7042. Item 33, ordinance calendar number 7045. Item 34, ordinance calendar number 7046. Under resolutions, item 7, resolution CS number 6632. That's all I have. Anyone to the right of me wish to pull any? Mr. Toledano.
Mr. Bender, I'd ask that item number 8 on the ordinance for introductions, number 7020, be pulled.
All right, Mr. Toledano pulls ordinance 8, ordinance calendar number 7020 to be pulled. Anyone else from the right side here? Okay, seeing none from the left. Mr. Mike Smith.
Resolution C 6630. Number 5, excuse me.
Under resolutions, item 5, resolution CS number C 6630. And seeing no one else, okay. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Ms.
Chairman
Leslie.
Bender, if you could pull item 27, ordinance calendar 7039.
27. Ms. Leslie, item 27, ordinance calendar number 7039 to be pulled.
Yes, sir, for an amendment, please.
Yes, ma'am. And seeing none, need a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Motion by Mr. Candelat, seconded by Mr. Airy. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, under pulled items, number 1 under ordinances for introduction, ordinance calendar number 7013, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Land Development Code, Chapter 130, Unified Development Code, Article 5, Overlays, Division 2, PUD Plan Unit Development Overlay, Section 130-1673, General Standards and Criteria to exclude A4A and A5 zoning districts from eligibility for a PUD Plan Unit Development Overlay. And I'm going to go to Mr. Lorino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
And do you have anyone that wants to speak on that also?
Let's see. Is anyone do we have anyone from the public wishing to speak on this, Mitchell? 7013. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lorino.
Mr. Ben, if you want to go to them first.
Sure.
But before you do, this is the committee that the chairman put together relative to the moratorium that was passed by the council. And we did have 3 meetings, and they're very productive, and we were able to have a consensus and to come forward with some major change to PUD's planned unit development, and that's what you have there, but I'll have a substitute motion.
Yes, sir.
Once we finish.
I will come back to you. Yes, sir.
And I believe all the council members have a copy of the substitute motion. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, good. And if anybody from the public needs them, I'm sure they have them out there also.
Sure. Okay, from the public, Mr. David Jones. And by the way, David is a citizen member of our Simple Solutions Committee. And David, of course, thank you for your service these last 3 meetings and continuing.
Yes, thank you very much, distinguished council members, Chairman Bender and President Cooper. As you said, I'm a very proud member on the Simple Solutions Committee. As we work together, I found all meetings that we've attended to be very professional, very courteous, and very productive. I recognize that you initiated the meeting. Mr. Orlano is doing a phenomenal job of chairing the committee.
Definitely.
And keeping us on track. Again, I'm very proud to be a part of this committee as we look to incrementally improve the ordinances that are before us, that come before us, that we discuss. Again, I don't know why it was pulled, but that's okay. We'll figure all that out, I'm sure. But had it not been pulled, I would stand in front of you and wholeheartedly recommend it to be unanimously approved by the council. This is a committee of citizens, a committee of council members, and a committee of developers. So we have a very good cross-sectional representation of looking at each and every one of these ordinances and how can we improve for the benefit of the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of your committee.
Thank you, David, and thank you for your ideas. And look, we got a great group, and I'll tell you, Mr. Loreno's star improved. I don't know if that was possible, Mike. Well, you know why? Because I had to chair the last meeting, and my grades were below your first two. Okay,
Mike, we missed you.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about?
we missed you desperately.
You see what I'm talking about, huh?
David, I can understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm kidding.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we have another member, a citizen member of our committee that would like to speak, General Ernst.
Carl Ernst, Lacombe. It would be very difficult for me to speak against it since I am on the committee. David is correct. The committee is composed of people that would normally in this side would be in opposition. Particularly in the last several months we'll be dealing with issues of high density, issues of infrastructure. And a lot of us know that there was some pretty rough meetings till 1:30 in the morning. By the way, I'm very happy that you keep a meeting of 2 hours. God bless you for that. All right?
Thank you.
But in that group of developers, builders, folks like David and I and others that just average citizens who live in this parish and have an interest in the parish, the camaraderie is amazing when you think about it, because typically you wouldn't see that. And that's been the case from the first meeting, the organizational meeting. And the only thing I would, in that first night that this committee was actually formed, there was a belief that would go for low-hanging fruit. What these ordinances are, the first indication of trying to get something we can get on the books and passed in the parish. Now, we have other things we've got to do, and we'll do that in the next several meetings. And finally it's kind of a reminder, maybe a caution. The moratorium runs out next month. All right, we're running out of altitude, airspace, and ideas real quick on the moratorium. So I think we need to take that under advisement, the administration and the council, so that you all just decide from the administration what you want to put forward as a result of your moratorium. And the council is already doing its work with the committee, and I'm grateful that I was included in that committee. But for the public, it's working. It won't get everything done that everybody wants, but it'll get some things done, and that's better than what we were doing a couple of 3 months ago. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, General Ernst, and also, as with David, thank you for agreeing to be on the committee and for serving. We appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Lorino, I know you've got a substitute here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. And as I said, I wasn't at the last meeting, but we needed to make a few changes to the original meeting, the original ordinance, and Miss Emily has done that.
Yes.
And Emily, do you want me to read anything, or should you read it, or can we just?
No, everyone should have a copy of it in front of them. What the original intent of the ordinance was is to exclude the availability to use a PUD overlay in A4A or A5 residential districts. So the substitution ordinance is just for the cross-references back in those zoning districts for A4A and A5 that reference a PUD overlay, just to remove those to clean up the code.
Okay. And so I think the ordinances speak for itself, but as General Lawrence and Dave said, that this is high-density issue that we had. And we did this, but we did this with the idea of removing it, putting some restrictions on it, but then still working on it. Okay, this is not to say that PUDs or anything else will not exist. This is just the beginning. And so unless we have any questions, I'll make a motion to substitute the motion. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lorino to add the substitute, and second by Mr. Toledano. So I need a motion, excuse me, we need to vote on the substitute, okay?
Yes, sir.
Please vote. You do this next one, okay? Push your finger up there. Go ahead, put it on that green.
The motion to substitute is unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lorino, I need a motion and a second to introduce and to refer to the zoning commission.
I'll make the motion, introduce and refer it to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's all we need right now.
You got a second?
Yeah, motion by Mr. Lorino, and was a second by Mr. Who?
Fitzgerald.
Mr. Davis. Yes, thank you. I also need to add this,
Sure.
okay? In our second meeting and our third meeting, the lady who sits next to me, our attorney, came to the second meeting, and I'll tell you, we can all attest to it, who's on this group. She was invaluable, okay? Her knowledge from being the attorney with Planning and Zoning Commission meetings, Emily, you were, we could have given you the right to vote, okay? We really could have. I mean, we should have. But she was excellent, outstanding. Same thing with the third meeting, and also appreciated some of the members of the administration. Mr. Weiner was asked a question. So, Ms. Emily, thank you so much, okay? We really appreciate you giving us more of your time. You give us plenty of your time, so thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Tomorrow we can, you and I can get together and set the next two meetings up.
Yes, sir.
So we can move it forward.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you, Mike. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 8. Okay, item 8 on the ordinance calendar for introduction. Ordinance calendar number 7020, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the south side of LA Highway 1088, west of Salt Street and east of Emerald Pines Court, Mandeville, in which property comprises a total of 2.088 acres of land, more or less, from its present A4 single-family residential district to a PFF Public Facilities District, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Toledano.
Mr. Bender, thank you very much. This particular ordinance came up recently to the to the knowledge of the people in that neighborhood.
Look at this one.
And quite frankly, there just was not enough time, in all due respect to both sides, to have the necessary dialogue to give everybody a comfort level and better understand what the intent is and what will be built there if approved. So with that having been said, and I spoke to Chief Moore about this and told him my intention would be to postpone this, and I do so by this motion, a motion to postpone ordinance number 7020 in order to allow for a meeting or two to take place with the interested property owners so they will better understand what's being done, and Chief Moore will have a better chance to communicate with that public area. And perhaps it was the holidays or what have you, but it just went under the radar screen. So my motion is to postpone.
Okay, Mr. Toledano, okay, we have a motion to postpone till the next meeting, Mr. Toledano?
Yes, just to
Okay.
the next meeting.
Good deal. Seconded by,
Second
was that
by-
Mr. Dean? Yeah, Mr. Dean, okay. But we have Mr. Davis. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I was going to second that because this is to my adjacent District 7,
Okay,
and so that's all.
well, good. Seeing no others, please vote. Go ahead, Michaela. Yes, there we go.
The motion to postpone is unanimous.
Thank you. The next item pulled is under item 19, ordinance calendar number 7031, the ordinance to amend the 2022 operating budget, amendment number 7. Finance needs to provide the amount for the Herwig Bluff item. We'll need to introduce as amended. Ms. Leslie.
Yes, sir. On this ordinance, on page 8 of the ordinance is Fund 502 Utility Operations Fund, and one of the expenditure line or subcategories is capital, and we want to amend the capital portion of this budget to increase it by $240,844, which will mean the revised budget for capital is $20,767,340.91, and then there are resulting totals that will change as well. And that is for the purpose of funding the Herwig Bluff Water Distribution Project, which bids opened last week.
Okay, so if no one has questions, we need a motion and a second to add the amount, okay, to the amendment, the budget amendment. Ms. Cheryl?
I think Mr. Smith will make the motion.
That motion, that's
yeah.
my water line. I want that motion.
Hey, how do I know that?
I'm telling you.
And I will second.
Yeah.
Ms. Cheryl is so polite, I'm telling you. She turned it
She
over to
is.
you,
Thank
and
you,
she's
Cheryl.
seconding it for you, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, motion and a second. Sorry, Mr. Smith, by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Ms. Cheryl Tanner. Any questions? We've got to vote on adding it to the amendment, budget amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Please vote. Go ahead, Michaela. Yeah. I'm telling you,
The motion to add passes with one no vote.
Okay. And then we need a motion and a second to introduce as amended. Just a motion and a second, Mr. Mike Smith. Motion seconded by Mr. Canulet. And Ms. Tanner, as we discussed with Ms. Emily, you'll get a group together. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. That's all we need right now. Okay, next is, do we have to vote on it? Item 27, ordinance calendar number 7039, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 51, utility operations, utilities capital. Ms. Leslie.
Yes, sir. So the previous ordinance increased the capital dollar threshold for all capital, and now in this ordinance, 7039, item 27, I'm sorry, yeah, Amendment 51, we would like to add, on the last line, it said Cross Gates Water Distribution, Herwig Bluff Road, and we had under this amendment, it said TBD, to be determined, so the same dollar amount, $240,844. And now the revised budget for the project is $525,844.
Okay, Ms. Leslie, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Enlighten me on why we did it as an amendment on the previous item on ordinance calendar, and it's already on this ordinance calendar.
So the item before you is the capital project itself. The previous item was the entire budget for the utility system.
Gotcha.
Of which we increased the capital portion of that budget by the $240,000 using our fund balance to do that.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, seeing no questions from the council or the public, we need a motion and a second. Motion, yeah. Let's see, hold 1 second.
Motion second to amend.
Yeah.
That amount, we'll vote on that and then we'll introduce it.
Yeah, we need a motion and a second to amend to the amount mentioned by Ms. Leslie, motion by Mr. Mike Smith and seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis, okay? So we have to vote on the motion and second to amend. Please vote. Go ahead, Michaela. There you go, girl. You're doing good.
The motion to amend passes with 12 yeas and 2 absent.
Thank you. Next item is, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Ms. Emily. And need a motion and a second to introduce as amended. Motion by Mr. Chris Candelet, second by Mike Smith, and that's all we need. Thank you. The next item is item 30, ordinance calendar number 7042, ordinance to extend the moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning Commission for rezoning of property which would result in an increase in the allowable density of a residentially zoned parcel greater than A4, 4 units per acre, a plan unit development overlay PUD, or a traditional neighborhood development district parish-wide. Mr. Candelet, this is the moratorium. And I pulled it because this is an extension of 6 months. And, you know, out of a courtesy for your amendment, I wanted to make sure the council at least had an opportunity to discuss whether you wanted to go 6 months or the council wanted to go 6 months or the 3 months again.
Me personally, I would prefer to go to 3 months because it got results, and I don't see why we want to change anything that got results.
Okay.
And we can just redo it every time. If you keep making progress, we'll keep bringing it back.
Okay, so.
We can change that.
Mr. Candelet, you're making a motion to amend ordinance calendar number 7042 to extend for a 3-month, extension of 3 months in place of 6 months.
Yes.
Motion by Mr. Candelet, seconded by Mr. Airy. We need to, excuse me, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, my only question on this is that with every 3 months, obviously next month we're going to adopt this, probably, and we'll have the administration come up and discuss what some of the results are. But again, I stress, I believe the 6 months moratorium is probably more appropriate, and I'm only trying to save us some time here on the council. Instead of listening to it 1 month, have to go ahead and have it introduced and then adopted in the next month, have 1 month off and go through the whole thing again, when they have to come back every 3 months and discuss the situation anyway. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Appreciate that. Seeing no one else, we need to vote on the amendment motion. We have the motion and a second for 3 months in place of 6 months. Please vote.
The motion to amend passes with 11 yeas and 2 nays, with 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. So now we need a motion and a second to introduce as amended. Motion by Mr. Candelat, seconded by Mr. Airy, and that's all we need. Item 30.
Nice job, too. Nice job.
What's that?
Nice job on getting the work done.
Oh, very good, very good. Very, very good, Chris. Good points. We're gonna,
Wait till he hears what we've done. You know, when I give our report for next month, you know, or
I'm sorry. Let's see.
well, really, all the reports and plans.
Okay, item 33 is ordinance calendar number 7045, ordinance requiring the St. Tammany Parish Clerk of Court to impose, collect, and remit certain filing fees pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 33:1236, 55A as amended. So I need a motion and a second, and then we will discuss. Motion by Mr. Candelat, seconded by Ms. O'Brien. Okay, so Mr. Terry Hand.
Is it on? Hello? Okay, it's on.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
So this is the introduction of the ordinance, and at this point in time, we have a substitute ordinance to present to you all. And from the original one that was submitted with the agenda, we had certain changes in it to comply with the actual revised statute that had been adopted by the legislature, giving us permission to take a fee that was, fees that were originally imposed 32 years ago relative to certain filings at the courthouse, and give us the ability to increase the amount that is charged for those. So you all have the substitute ordinance before you, and therefore you need to make a motion to go ahead and substitute, introduce it, and then just,
yeah,
it'll come up on next month's agenda for adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Hand.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a motion to introduce the substitute by Mr. Candelat, seconded by Ms. O'Brien. So please vote on the substitute. Yes. Wait, I'm sorry. This is number 33. Yeah. You're doing good too, man. You are. Mitchell's doing good. He is. He's filling in for Miss Katrina, who's on vacation. Mitchell is doing good. I'm embarrassing him, man, but you're doing good. Did I mention you're doing good?
Oh, man.
Yeah. Go ahead and vote. Good job, Michaela.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 nay.
Okay, before I ask for a motion in a second, I want to add, because, you know, it's very important to me to recognize, and we can't do it every single time, but I'm going to tell you what, the issue of funding for the jail, the Justice Center, the judges, and the district attorney, okay? Terry Hand, who is our interim council administrator and had been our council administrator before, he researched on his own, went and dug down, came to me with the ordinance from 1991, okay, with this $5 fee. And it had not changed in 31 years. And then he went through it and explained it to me, and then he showed me the one for $15, 1991, hadn't changed. Brought the clerk of court in, parish president in. Mr. Airy was with us in the meeting. I don't want to leave anybody out. We had Judge Hand on the phone.
Yes.
And everybody agreed, including a bunch of attorneys, this is fair. It should have been done years ago. So we're going from $5 to $15, right, Terry?
Yes.
And from $15 to $25.
Yes.
And it would be much higher had this been done on a regular basis, okay? But thinking outside the box, Mr. Hand has come up with about $700,000 of the $1 million we need for the judges, okay? And while it's an increase, how often do we use this? Not very often. So it's not going to have an impact on people like over and over and over. So Terry, I think we're going to vote yes next month. But thank you so much, Terry.
You're welcome.
You went above and beyond, buddy, thinking outside the box. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, we need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Davis.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's it. Don't need anything else.
Yeah, that's what Steve said there. It was actually 3 sections. Yeah.
Is that Carrie? Mr. Neal, Carrie? Sir, come on up. We apologize in that we did not have it to be pulled, okay?
Okay.
And so therefore, if no one from the council or the public specifically asked to pull something, okay, then it goes through on the consent calendar to move it forward to next month, okay?
All right.
That was the case here. Nothing's been voted on, it's just been moved forward. But to be fair to you, we just caught this.
Okay.
And you said you have a handout for council members. And council members, this is item 26, ordinance count number 7038, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 50, drainage parish-wide. So we will accept your handout, sir, and we thank you.
I have 15, I hope that's enough.
You know, if not, we'll make more copies.
Yeah, well, I supplied the electronic version to Mr. Dean a couple of
Okay.
days ago. I don't know if you got it or not, but in your quest to utilize every tax dollar wisely, I'm going to try and help you out here.
Okay.
So this is the ordinance that's trying to fund clean out of the rivers, right? And I'm speaking only for the Little Chifuncta where I live. My property backs up to the Little Chifuncta. I came real close to flooding in 2016, so I support improvements in drainage. But I'm telling you, cleaning out the river is not going to help. So the first little depiction here is the floodplain of the Little Chifuncta. And it goes from about Flowers Estates down to, or up to Terabella. 3.5 miles, okay? And in that, you see the black lines, that's the base flood elevation. In the next drawing, farther below that, I've written out, and I know it's really small, but I'm going to read them off to you. I've written out the dimensions, the cross-section of the base flood elevation from ridge to ridge, going across, all right? 2,400 feet up at Terabella, 1,950 feet, 2,600 feet about where I live, 1,300 feet, and then when you get to the Highway 21 bridge, 1,250 feet. Then when you get down to Flowers Estates, it's 850 feet. It's like a big funnel, okay? The water's all coming down and it gets restricted. Now the next drawing, I took a cross-section from my house, right across the floodplain. And it shows how much area you have. And that little blue blip at the bottom, that's the river. The river itself is about 5% of the total floodplain volume. If the river were 100% blocked, if you look, the red lines at the top of that drawing are the level that the river got under extreme flood events. If the river were 100% blocked, it would add 3 inches to the height of the water in 2016. If the river is 25% blocked right now, which it's not, it would be 0.6 inches of water rise. So does it make sense to you to spend millions of dollars to clean out something for 0.6 inches, maybe, doesn't to me. The next drawing shows the cross-sectional area of the Highway 21 bridge in front of the bigger cross-section, 70% of flow capacity, and I didn't subtract for the cross-sectional area of the pilings. So you can see what's happening here. This area where I'm talking about, you got Mile Branch coming in, you got Tallow Creek coming in. Whoop, I'm out. But it's severely restricted, and a few trees across the river, this is not stopping the water. This is not going to help going in, and if you get too aggressive and you rip these stumps out from the banks, you're just going to make things worse because it's all unconsolidated sand.
Thank you, sir.
If you mess it up, it's just going to fall.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate your input. Okay. Our next item is excuse me one second, I turned to the wrong page. 34, right there. Item 34, ordinance calendar number 7046, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Land Development Code, Chapter 130, Unified Development Code, Article 4, Zoning Districts, Division 49, AML, Advanced Manufacturing Logistics District, Section 130-160, Purpose, and Section 130-1621, Permitted Uses to exclude certain uses in AML districts. I'm going to first go to Ms. Emily.
I think that Mr. Airy has the substitute motion. This was an ordinance to exclude certain uses or permitted uses from the AML zoning district, as well as to clarify certain language and to, I think, restrict the building footprint. And you all should have a copy of that substitute ordinance in front of you, but I think that there was one section in the substitute ordinance that did not make it into the copy ahead of you that Mr. Airy may need to clarify.
Thank you very much. So, as pointed out, it's the 1620. This needs to be 1620, correct?
This is.
1620. Thank you.
And there's also language in the ordinance itself that Mr. Airy has.
Yes, Mr. Airy.
Yeah, when the AML issue came up last council meeting, and before that, a couple of us got together and looked at some of the uses and some limitations we thought would be appropriate on this, and we worked with Ross and Economic Development and Mr. Crosby on taking some of these uses out and also clarifying what AML actually meant, and it's frankly it's pretty restrictive that we've added some definitions that advanced manufacturing shall be manufacturing that does not create air pollution and other harmful environmental impacts. So I think it's good that in the way that we've limited this. We've also took out some of the permitted uses, such as food processing, furniture manufacturing, and other manufacturing of glass and plastic. So we've narrowed the scope of it somewhat. And then one of the issues that came up, we moved a few of these permitted uses that we've taken out, such as food processing and manufacturing and furniture manufacturing, and we're moving those to the administrative permits. That way they can be looked at a little bit more closely rather than a use of right. And then in section 1623, the building size, they're changing the definition because there's been some confusion regarding the way that the million square foot has been calculated. So we're changing it, says the building, instead of the maximum building size, we're changing the maximum building footprint, and the AML district shall be 1 million square feet. That means that, and the building footprint means the area contained within the exterior building walls and the ground floor. It does not include detached structures, covered or uncovered carports, patios, porches, decks, or balconies, cantilevered covers, projections, or ramps and stairways required for access. So it's basically trying to give in the 1 million square feet. I think the wording was a little bit unclear on what that actually meant. So this was a suggestion to clarify that and give that a definition for planning and zoning, so they would be able to exactly tell a builder, when you're building this big of a building, what your size requirement was going to be. So with that, and I apologize for the somewhat disjointed nature of the presentation, but I'd move that we substitute for the changes that I just said, keeping in mind that this will ultimately be referred to planning and zoning and then come back to us, so there's other chances to review this and look at this.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Airy on a substitute, seconded by Mr. Canulet, okay? Before we vote on a substitution, we have Dr. Rafael Salcedo. No, okay. Ms. Joycelyn Lowe?
Good evening. First of all, Mr. Dean, don't worry, I voted. And every time. Used to be Democrat, now I'm Republican. Tonight you introduce an amended AML ordinance now restricting certain types of uses that will heavily tax our water infrastructure. Why now? Why after you've already zoned 833 acres of this AML without this amendment? Would you decide that tonight it is critical that you started to consider the impacts of this new zoning category and impose restrictions? What's the rush? Why the hurry? We always know that the developer claimed to self-restrict his future plan in precisely this manner. And he claimed that he'd be writing the ordinances for you to adopt. Apparently he was correct. Why is one developer more important than the 180,000 plus voters in this parish who didn't decide that we wanted widespread use of this zoning category? If you believe so strongly that we hired you to facilitate our parish becoming a hub of the Port of New Orleans, why didn't you take this directly to the people? Yes, in the voting booth. This is the only way to find out that we find out what we hired. Do you do what you to do when you were voted into this office? This is a monumental change in the direction of this parish from bedroom community industrial hub. When did we decide that this was the direction we wanted? Because it certainly wasn't the result of the 2040 interviews of the residents or stakeholders. And when did our parish's economic health supersede the needs and desires of the people who support it? It is your job to represent the people of this parish, not economic development. It's your job to represent us. Nowhere in the Home Rule Charter does it state that your decisions should be based upon making decisions that might harm the people versus what may bring in revenue for the parish government to spend or misspend, as the case sometimes appears to be. This council now appears intent upon passing ordinances that protect the economic benefits of the developers versus what you were elected to do, which is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people who elected you. This is the wrong direction on every conceivable letter. Tonight, I request the council rescind the AML category of zoning until we, as a community, have the right to vote on it. We, the people, deserve to be represented on the basis of our current investments in this community, not for what you hope to profit in the future. And to the people of this parish, 17,000 or so acres have already been tagged, labeled AML, as they said only in unincorporated St. Tammany, but many of us are right next door in cities or towns, and way too many of us are downstream of these gigantic districts. Time to get on board the no AML train. It's not too late. Join me and others in this effort to save what is left of this once beautiful, safe, clean St. Tammany. Y'all can find me if you just try. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy Wagner.
Hello again. I just want to point out that we were passed out an amended ordinance, but it's not the one that Mr. Airy just talked about. So the copies that were given to us are not what you just voted on for the amended. So I don't know how that happened, but there's no size, like the moving to administrative permits and the description of the limit to the 1 million square feet is not in what was passed out. So, okay, yeah,
It'll be in the packet when this is set for public hearing next month.
Okay, but I want to make that clear because I'm juggling what my
No,
notes.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be available at the public hearing next
Okay,
month.
so
Yes,
first, I want to say that I think that this is probably a sincere effort to improve this ordinance. I have spoken to other people and to send information to some economic development people that AM&L, as it was included in the code in 2014, is just like all this stuff all thrown together. So I do see this as an attempt to clean that up, which I commend. But I just want to point out that in the version that I was given, the references to like the Clean Air Act and to water use for employee use only, they've been taken out. But you do have this advanced manufacturing shall mean manufacturing that does not create air pollution and other harmful environmental impacts. And that's a nice thing to say, but I think that's a very vague, and you're probably going to have a lot of people who will say that if you have a 1 million square foot distribution center with diesel trucks idling and going in and out, that you are creating air pollution. So I think that it would be a really good idea to spend more time, perhaps Mr. Bender's committee, the Simple Solutions Committee, should take some time and work with Mr. Airy and work at really looking at what could be done to improve this particular ordinance. And I, on that point, would suggest that you just put it off and look at this again before you consider it.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
Thank you. And now I'm going to go home.
Okay.
Sorry you guys aren't, but I am.
That's all right. Thank you for coming. Okay. Ms. Jacqueline Barron.
It's the pollution issue that really bothers me, as Ms. Wagner had mentioned. There are a lot of things that bother me. I don't know enough about it, but I have been briefly educated on what's going on. And as she said, how can you avoid air pollution? This is going to be my topic for right now. If you're going to have a whole bunch of diesel trucks that are sitting there on concrete, spewing out fumes. Dr. Preston earlier said natural causes is one of the biggest causes of people die, they get old, but they're gonna get younger and younger the more pollution is out there. I don't think enough studies have been done. Mr. T.J. Smith had mentioned that this is a retirement community. We're going to have more pollution. We have old people here. The average age of dying is going younger and younger. Why have these studies not been done more thoroughly? I think, as Ms. Wagner pointed out, that you need to take your time. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Jones-Simon.
I did not realize there were changes made until about 2 minutes ago. So some of this may be irrelevant to what's been amended.
Okay.
But I will talk about the fact that the initial ordinance, as stated, was talking about the Clean Air Act Title V permit for air emissions. I just want to point out that everybody here needs to know, probably should know, that the most severe form of air pollution that would come from the AML zoning has nothing to do with the kind of industries that might come to St. Tammany. And the EPA has stated on its website, and I quote, "Air pollution emitted from transportation contributes to smog, to poor air quality, which has negative impacts on the health and welfare of U.S. citizens. Pollutants that contribute to poor air quality include particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and volatile organic compounds. The transportation sector is responsible for over 55% of nitrogen oxide's total emissions inventory in the U.S. So that's what we're going to have. And remember, though, too, with all of these trucks traversing, no matter what industries we have, one tractor trailer is equivalent to approximately 50 automobiles. Multiply that by hundreds of these 18-wheelers clogging our roadways. What is that going to do for our health? The ordinance, at least initially, also referenced the jobs. They only referenced it. You didn't really go into detail. But I have to ask this because I've thought about this from the get-go when I heard about this whole situation. Why do we keep talking about the jobs this will create? First of all, we have a very low unemployment rate in this parish, maybe one of the lowest in the state. And secondly, this can only hurt our small businesses who are already struggling. The ordinance also stated, perhaps it doesn't now, I don't know, that we will select only industries where no water is needed except for employees' uses. Now, I don't see that here when I glanced at it. But the point is the water situation doesn't have so much to do with the industries. But again, it's the diesel trucks that sit on these huge hundreds of acres, most likely, eventually, of pavement, and all of that toxicity flows down and gets into our already polluted waterways. And there is, in fact, something from the EPA, and I have a handout I'm going to give you. It basically states, the most recent National Water Quality Inventory reports that runoff from urbanized areas is the leading source of water quality impairments to surveyed estuaries and the third largest source of impairments to surveyed lakes. And another thing not mentioned was noise pollution, but that's going to come from all these trucks. And lastly, I'll end it by saying I've lived here for 38 years, and since I heard about this, I've had a lot of sleepless nights. I have to ask, who is this truly going to benefit? I don't see it. Thank you very much. I'm going to leave this here with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
I'll give you my statement, too. You can take that.
And that's it we have no others from the public. So, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chairman Bender.
Thank you.
I know we always we hear about health, safety, and welfare. As a past environmental health and safety officer for LSU, let's talk about some of the things that this ordinance is doing tonight. Again, the area is already zoned AML. That's a done deal. Let's talk about what this change in ordinance does as far as manufacturing, because this is the problem with health and safety. Obviously, if you look at some of the items like furniture manufacturing, which wants to be omitted by Mr. Airy, because they use formaldehyde to do that. It's a toxic. You're looking at glass, plastic, and paint. Let's talk about that. The manufacturing of plastic uses many chemicals. One of the worst is the plastic softeners they use for that. That's a fact. Under paint research, if it's paint manufacturing, there's volatile organic compounds used. So I don't know how we're at this point here talking about fixing some of the major health issues that could happen under the manufacturing portion of the AML when the developer or the person who's going to be using this property is in agreement that these is just too dangerous and toxic things to have inside of this ordinance. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Airy.
Yeah, just want to say briefly, not directly in comments, response to some of the comments that were made, because frankly, there is really no response to some of that, because it's just the attitude of St. Tammany that's out there in the marketplace that makes it hard for any economic development to come here. The purpose of this amendments were that the developer agreed that these weren't the type of uses that he wanted, and he hasn't submitted a permit yet, so he's going to be bound by whatever we do here anyway, regardless of whether he subsequently puts in the restrictions or not. And as far as I apologize for the changes to it, but when we put originally I put the Clean Air Act in there, after looking at it, it became very complex is exactly what that referred to. Economic Development is the one who who asked to change that to does not create air pollution and other harmful environmental impacts. So I took them that they understood exactly what they wanted, and that I thought that was a very, that's a pretty strong statement right there. But they were prepared to go forward with it because this is green manufacturing. So, and I also want to make it clear that we're not voting on anything tonight as far as permanent. This is actually getting referred to planning and zoning. You'll have a chance for a hearing there to talk about it, and then it'll get referred back to us, and we'll have another chance to do it. So I welcome if we do take it in the Simple Solutions Committee to look at it. We certainly have time to do it, but if we don't do anything, if we keep saying, well, we're going to amend it or whatever, and we don't have anything, a deadline to keep pushing us forward, which is what this puts it on the track to do it. And yeah, I get it, it's a little bit sloppy here, but at least it's something that we're going forward and we're pushing forward, and we can fix this. I think everybody understands how somewhat cumbersome our process is, but there's a reason for that, so we can certainly get more input on this. But it's out here now, and it also shows some of the people that are maybe looking to come into the St. Tammany that we do try to move quickly to try to fix things and to make things better when we see a problem. So if somebody doesn't like that, then they blame me, that's fine, but that's all I got to say.
No, thank you, Mr. Airy. And let me tell you, there's a lot of push down. I'm coming to you, Mr. Drum, in just a second.
Yeah, no
There's a lot of push down from Washington, D.C., and maybe I'm just starting to believe it, but I just saw the first article in one of my emails I received with the first electric 18-wheeler. So it's kind of like, do we believe what we're hearing from our federal officials like the president? Or do we keep saying it's going to be diesel? Because, I don't know, he stopped a lot of drilling. So I'm going to be counting on some electric 18-wheelers, I tell you, and I think there's hope for it. Mr. Drum.
Thank you, sir. I understand the problem with 18-wheelers. We also have all that pollution from the automobiles that are going with the 18-wheelers down the interstates. So what we need to do then is we'll build this AML. Nobody's allowed to go in there with an automobile. You have to be 10 miles away and walk to it. Okay? That'll do away with that pollution. Do you know that one volcano exploding does what for one day does away with everything that man does to try to end pollution in the world for 1 year? A volcano? So we're going to top off all the volcanoes? How about all these cemeteries? Now, nobody thinks of cemeteries. You wonder about your water supplies. You got formaldehyde, rotting bodies. You've got coffins that are falling apart, wood that's rotting. All that seeps into the water supply. Should we stop cemeteries? No. Yeah, I know this all sounds ridiculous, but life is life. And we can only try to do as much as we can to keep all the pollution from coming. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry.
Telling her for her service.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
But folks, life has to go on. Changes have to happen. Because if they didn't, we'd still be sitting in caves with trying to find out what fire was. Right now, we have a parish where only 8% of the people voted to raise a tax, and we sat here and argued over just trying to get millage increased. This way, if we get industries in here, we're going to get some tax money. Maybe the kids that are coming out of high school won't go off somewhere else to get educated and get a nice job. They'll stay here. You know, instead of us being a retirement community, maybe we could be a combined community rather than just a bunch of old people walking around with crutches and stuff like that. Okay, so you got to look to the future, and to get the future going, you have to bring in part of that future instead of just sitting on what you have. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Drum. Mr. Dean.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I'd like to just kind of throw out there, whether it be done in the Simple Solutions Committee or, you know, as it goes through planning or whatever, we got to do something with the level, maybe the level of porous concrete that I can understand that those evil trucks couldn't drive on the porous, but probably employee parking. Maybe we could put a certain percentage. So just throwing it out there, I'm on the committee. But also, I'd like to introduce that possibly at where under the whole sentence of advanced manufacturing shall mean manufacturing that does not create other harmful environmentals effects.
I think that's a good point, Mr. Dean. Mr. Lorino, we could put that to the simple, it really is a simple thing to look into. You got it. He's already got it, Marty.
You writing that down?
Mr. Canulette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So let me say this. There's a lot of concerns about pollution, and it sounds like we're going to go ahead and bypass the EPA and the federal government. Well, I got news for everybody. You're going to follow their regulations, or you're not going to open. It's just that simple. And whatever they are at the time, that's what it's going to be. Now, hopefully, the gentleman that wants to start this has said he wants to make it green as possible, forced concrete, maybe natural gas trucks to move stuff around. I mean, we're giving him the death penalty before we even try. I mean, it should be killed. It should be dead. We haven't even tried. We all have kids here, and look, the ugliest fact I hate about this parish is most of our children leave.
Yep.
And that's just a fact. Whether you like it or not, most of our kids leave because there's not enough jobs in this parish for them. Unless they want to serve hamburgers, go work in a clothes store, something like that. Hey, yeah, great. They can stay here all the time. But, hopefully they want more. And eventually, if we give this thing a chance, we can do, Kurt is right, we can have best of both worlds. I got news for you. If it doesn't go somewhere like here, it's going to go Tangipahoa. Just like everything else has went to Tangipahoa. I hate to tell you all this, but the trucks are still coming through St. Tammany, and they're still sitting out on the interstate when it stops. We're not stopping that. The trucks are coming. And you better hope the trucks come, because if they don't, you're not going to have clothes, food, or phones. You're not going to have nothing. They're the lifeline of this country, whether you like it or not. No one likes looking at them, but we cannot survive without them. But there are changes all the time. You see changes in these 18-wheelers. They can't have the old ones no more. They have to have glider kits. They're making progress. Let's give it a chance before we condemn it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canulette. Ms. O'Brien.
I just wanted to mention something based on what Chris said. I have two sons. Neither one of them live here. At least one still lives in Louisiana. One is actually, he's got a doctorate in robotics. He's moving from Manhattan to Pittsburgh today. It would be great if we had some sort of job that he could come back home to. But I wanted to mention that Mr. Crosby had mentioned when he had presented his information that he was aware of idling ordinances in different jurisdictions, and I would like to see the Simple Solutions Committee take a look at that.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, just briefly, trying to keep the thing in scale. We talk about the 833 acres as though it's, a sizable tract. Well, the parish has 794,000 acres. So to scale, it's really not that much land. I do appreciate the fact that we want to try to bring something into that 833 acres that's productive and also minimal pollution, as green as it can be. But it's not the end of the world here in the parish over 833 acres. We arrived here in 1825. If somebody has beaten my family in, let it be known. So I've seen this parish. I love this parish. 7 generations of my family have lived here in the parish. And I have concerns about it. I live out there in Brushy Forks around Barker's Corner, and I want to try to preserve as much of it as I can. But I do realize that to scale, we have a large parish. And there are places that we can put these industries to where they're not going to be too intrusive,
where they're going to be productive, and it's going to be to the benefit of us all. You just can't focus on one aspect of the equation. It's a complex equation. And I know we're trying to do the best we can to balance it at no one's expense. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay, so I lived in Los Angeles. My brother lives in Houston. It's horrific air pollution. It's mostly cars, although trucks definitely do their share too. Okay, I worked for FedEx, drove an 18-wheeler, drove a semi for a couple of years. The semis today still produce pollution, but they are much better than they used to be. The diesel fuel has a lot lower sulfur and acid content, the federal government. They get better mileage, federal government, okay? And if you, trucks, in the early 90s, UPS went out on strike, okay? One company that uses a lot of trucks and delivers a lot of the things that you use every day, okay? I've had my problems with Clinton, but I got down on my knees and thanked Bill Clinton for voting Taft-Hartley and making them go back to work. Because within 10 days, the economy was starting to shut down because we couldn't keep up with it. None of the other trucking companies could keep up with it. And people were having supply chain issues similar to what we're having now. And the economy was shutting down. So Clinton, the Democrat, in favor of the unions, made the union go back to work because it was killing us, okay? So you can't do without trucks. You just can't. And they're right. They're all over. They're going to be running. We're a major corridor. We got trucks going from Florida all the way to California running through here, okay? And that's not going to change. It's only going to get worse. Truck traffic's gotten bigger and bigger since the 90s when they had that strike, okay? So you can't manage that by just saying, yeah, we're not going to have it here. You gotta figure out something else. If you can come up with a better way of doing it that doesn't produce, you are going to make a fortune. Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Okay, now, Mr. Airy, I need a motion to introduce and refer to zoning.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Airy, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis, and that's all we need. Thank you. Okay, under resolutions, item 5, resolution CS number C6630, resolution requesting the parish administration issue a request for proposal to retain an experienced nationally recognized company for the operation of Tammany Utilities East. Mr. Mike Smith. Excuse me, Mike. I have a card first. So
okay.
Let me go to that person.
Sure.
Is Janice Sloan?
I'll keep it brief. I think at the last council meeting, we had a lot of good discussion about the utilities. And really, I was just happy to see this on the calendar. Oh.
You might. There you go.
I was happy to see this on the calendar. So I just wanted to say thank you to the council for putting it forward.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you attending.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, seeing none others, Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay, I'm going to read this in total, and then I have some comments. And I know I've got a number of people that are watching on TV or on the computer. Just for grounds, most of the problems for Tammany Utilities East are in my district, although some are in Jake's and some are in TJ's. Okay. And this is a result of the work done by the Tammany Utilities Group, this resolution is. And I'm going to get to that when we get finished. So a lot of whereases here. Whereas the parish government has the legal responsibility for the safety, welfare, and health of the citizens of the parish. And whereas it's well documented the numerous issues that have existed and currently exist with the operation of Tammany Utilities East system, and whereas said documentation contains an official report of an independent consulting firm of Owens and White, along with complaints of citizens concerning the operation of Tammany Utilities East. And whereas District Councilman Mike Smith and the Tammany Utilities Work Group gathered data regarding the systemic failures, substandard equipment, lack of accurate system maps, and lack of sufficient numbers of highly trained certified workers required to operate the Tammany's Utilities East system in a consistent and satisfactory manner. And whereas the Owen and White report states free chlorine is a disinfecting method that can be used with the water sources used by Tammany's Utilities East, and whereas private systems in the greater Slidell system area and the rest of the state use free chlorine in Tammany's Utilities East is the only part of the Tammany's Utilities system not to do so. And whereas Tammany Utilities was unable to plan and execute the recent chlorine burn of the system as per the Owen and White report without the hiring at considerable expense of a local consultant. And whereas Tammany Utilities did not sustain the burn for the 60-day period targeted, unilaterally abandoning the effort within 2 weeks and failing to set a 1.0 target level for all outfalls in the system. And whereas the parish council did not concur with the decision to abandon efforts to continue the burn, and whereas during the chlorine burn, when the steel row well pump would kick on to keep a normal and safe working pressure on the water system, chlorine residue dropped in the entire system, with the issue never being resolved during the burn of the system. And whereas Tammany Utilities East then went back to a chloramine disinfectant system and should return to a free chlorine system after appropriate adjustments were made regarding the operations of the wells. And whereas the council believes the only way to swiftly, systemically, and significantly improve Tammany Utilities East in a timely and satisfactory manner is to form a public-private partnership agreement with a company experienced in successfully running a comparable or larger water system on a day-to-day basis. And whereas this is a practice done successfully in many water systems in this state, such as nearby Plaquemines and St. Bernard Parish, and can be done in St. Tammany Parish. And whereas the problems of the current state of the system are beyond the short-term abilities of the current levels of expertise in the rank and file and logistical scope of Tammany Utilities East, even when augmented by highly paid consultants. And whereas this new management and operational structure will not only provide the needed boots on the ground, logistics and expertise necessary for day-to-day operations, but would also give Acting Director of Tammany's Utilities East the time to plan and implement the large-scale projects now being funded for improvement and bring the workforce of Tammany's Utilities East up to appropriate levels of skills and numbers. And now be it resolved, the parish council is requesting the parish administration issue a request for proposal to retain an experienced nationally recognized company for the operation of Tammany's Utilities East. Okay, so this came about over the course of a year, and Tammany Utilities Work Group reconstituted itself and started studying Tammany Utilities East. Okay, and after spending that time experiencing what happened to individuals on the utility system and the reports that we were getting from constituents and people that were on the system. Okay, this has been developed in relation to that. Okay, online I compiled just the emails basically that I've gotten from people. Okay, it's there for the past year. The emails that went back and forth about operations, the operator complaints that were lodged with the LDH, the medical, some medical files that people shared with us about problems that they claimed that they were having, various complaints from different people about the system. Okay, it's a binder this thick. Okay, I like paper copies of things, but it's electronic. But it's a binder this thick. And it's pretty conclusive, if you read through this, that we need a lot of change in the system. And that we're not doing a good job on a day-to-day basis. Now, certainly steps have been made, okay? The council and the administration has gotten $23 million for long-term improvements. There's 4 phases. That's the first phase. There's another phase that we're going to try and fund for another 20-something million this year. That's long-term. We've got problems now that are similar to the problems that we had a year ago, okay? So when we went back to the chloramines, we had people complaining about skin rashes because the chlorine's level goes up and down in the chloramine system, okay? My 2 sons last night were griping at each other because that's what they do. They're 19 and 21, and they spend half their time in the bathroom. But they were complaining about the quality of the water. They thought because they were working that one of them was getting the tub dirty. I'm like, nope, that's just the water. Okay, that's in my house. I'm on the line. Okay, the acting director is doing I think he's really busting his butt trying to make this better, okay? But he's handicapped in terms of resources and the number of people that we have that are available to help him work on things, okay? That has not changed over a year. There was a conscious decision made. Several companies have come forward to put proposals before us to run this system. They've actually offered fair amounts of money to do it to the parish. They would take over most of the day-to-day operations. Okay, these are systems that are regional or national in scope and have a lot of logistical support, engineering expertise, and boots on the ground, things that we don't have in our system. So we're constantly trying to find personnel. We are constantly going through personnel and burning through the people that we have. Okay, a couple of months ago, or a month ago, we were down certifications again. Okay, none of that has changed over the year. The only thing that would really change that would be to bring in these outside contractors, an outside contractor who is responsible for that day-to-day operation. That would be their job. Okay, the parish's job, okay, is multifaceted. We're worried about trucks, trying to get a manufacturing thing started, doing a subdivision, working on drainage. It's not our focal point all the time. An outside contractor would have that focal point for 5 or 10 years, which would give us the time that we need to make the major improvements that we need to make this thing operate, and hopefully build our staff up if we decided that we were going to hang on to the system. It would relieve a lot of pressure on whoever is the director, the acting director, or whoever came later, to focus on that rather than day-to-day crises. Okay, we're only one, or let's say there's a storm, God forbid, but let's say we get a hurricane again, a bad one, okay, and we're already down people. We're down certified personnel and we're down workforce, and we don't have a bench and we don't have a lot of capacity, we don't have a lot of parts, okay, then we're in trouble after that hurricane comes through. If we've got a national company in here that's running this thing, they're going to be able to draw on resources that we don't have from other areas, and they're going to get that water system back up and running a lot faster, okay? So it's pretty clear to me, that we, instead of doing that, we've been spending tens of thousands of dollars on consultants that haven't provided labor force for us, but have kind of looked over our shoulder to help us figure out what was going on or how to do things. And one of those was helping us with the chlorine burn, which we didn't finish, okay? So it's pretty obvious to me okay, and I hope the council concurs with me and the TU work group, that we really do need the best and surest way to provide a sanitary water system and sewage operations, which is our number one goal, which is the main point of us having the system, is to hire an outside company to come in and do that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay. Mr. Canulet.
Yeah, I just want to add this. Chris Tissue, I cannot thank you enough for the effort that you have put forward into trying to get this resolved. Day and night, 7 days a week at times. Cannot thank you enough. But this is more than a one-person job. This group, I really hope y'all look at his book. It's a book that he put together on 5 or 6 different things that are involved in this, with this water. Mike, Loreno, me, Jerry, Mike, TJ's in there a couple times. We have not stopped working on this for years. And what I'm going to tell the constituents is we're not going to stop working on this till we get this resolved, because it's just not a problem in the East. I've gotten several calls. I've given Mike calls on the West and Martha. Same thing, another aging water system. Parts are tough to get. It's a tough world out there right now. So we still have a lot of work, but it can get better. If we do the right things, we can get our constituents the number one thing that anyone needs in the world, and that's safe drinking water, which we cannot say today. Hell, we won't even drink our water in this building. There's more bottled water floating around here than a warehouse in Covington. I actually saw a sign encouraging people to use tap water in their water bottle. Help out. Don't think anybody's taking much advantage of that one. But we have made strides working with Chris, the administration. It's been tough going at times, but we're trudging through. We're going to continue to trudge through and get these people safe water. I just wanted to thank everybody that's been involved.
Thank you, Mr. Canulet. Okay, seeing no one else, I have some comments. And first, you know, I want to thank our colleague, Mr. Mike Smith, for hanging in there. It's really the time that, you know, Chris and myself and Jimmy and Mike Loreno and any other members, I hope I'm not missing somebody, on the Tammany Utilities Committee. And with just a couple of us in multiple other meetings. It is crystal clear. I'm telling you, it is crystal clear. Mike's book, and I want to go on record as saying this tonight, that book that Mike Smith put together, okay, and showed to a few of us, you know, in advance, let me tell you, that's proof. That's proof. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to say this. You want to, if you're not a believer, read that book. Because guess what? It's public records requests. It is emails back and forth between Mr. Wagaspack and Mr. Sean Rickey. It is documentation. It's St. Tammany, it is Washington St. Tammany Electric's timelines on things. It's a WWL investigative report with comments made. It's the Owens and White report with known facts. It's a meeting with members of this work group early on from Mr. Randy Hollis telling us the backup generator wasn't connected. Imagine.
and we say that we are prepared and skilled to operate and continue to operate this system? No. When Mr. Tissue, and by the way, Chris, I agree with what Mike and Chris said. Citizens have told me, you work hard, you give it your best. You don't fool around with, innuendos and half-truths and all of this foolishness, okay? But you remember when you and I first met to discuss this, okay? And I'm not looking for a comment, but you remember. And Chris told me his background. It's a good man. His background is design engineering. And you know what? All of the money that Mr. Mike Smith referred to is focused on design engineering to a large degree, okay? Now, what is the problem? Operational. It's been operational all along. It continues to be operational. But let me tell you this. I read a press release from our PIO office to a news reporter. And it referenced, oh, we're doing this, we're not signing this contract, this document that we're 9 months late on, 8 months late on. It is a state law because of public health, safety, and welfare. We're talking about a pond, and we're talking about a well that isn't even used yet. I'm gonna stop there, okay? I'm not going further than that. But we're talking about 8,000 people drinking and have been drinking and are bathing in water, and I'm telling you, the proof is there. I don't need an attorney to tell me it's proof. I don't need a judge to tell me it's proof. When you read it and it says what it says, it's simple. 99 out of 100 people would read it and it's simple. But, and I say this respectfully, we've got the one person who doesn't believe it. And I strongly ask our parish president, in the most respectful way possible, okay, stop denying that stop with the water is safe to drink. We've got families buying $150 to $200 worth of bottled water every month. This isn't my council district. But I know it because there's a lot of people that used to live in my council district. And I get emails and phone calls and so forth. But here's the real proof. In the emails back and forth between Mr. Neil Wagaspack, who's an engineer, came to our first public Tammany Utilities work group meeting, has bought better water testing equipment than we have early on. He bought it almost over a year ago. And an LDH guy told us he's got the best testing equipment. Let me tell you, an email went back and forth between he and Mr. Sean Rickey, one of our employees. And it said that when we did the 4 or 5 days of successful free chlorine, known as the chlorine burn, it's switching to free chlorine. And the consultants that were hired were not able to succeed on the 60-day chlorine burn. Another reason we need a company that is operationally, this is what they do for a living. These people gave it their best shot. But I'm going to tell you this. Mr. Wagaspack said in those 4 or 5 days, My family showered without anyone in my family winding up with rashes from showering in our own bathrooms, or these blisters coming out on our bodies in our own bathrooms for the first time. And as soon as we had to give up on the chlorine burn, and we heard all the reasons, but all of those reasons point to one thing. We need a company that knows what they're doing. This is what they do for a living. He said, as soon as we went back to chloramines, we got rashes again. I mean, come on. That's how problems are solved all the time. That's how proof comes forth. What's the one thing that changed? It was free chlorine. I'm going to stop there, but President Cooper, I strongly, strongly ask you to, look, I know we've heard, but we are so far into this. Mr. Lorino brought in, as chairman last year, a company with 450 water systems around the country and 450 sewer treatment systems around the country, who also manage part of St. Bernard's system and Tammany Parish's whole system. They were highly qualified. They would do a 5-year management agreement to help improve our system operationally. And look, City of Slidell, where I lived for 46 years, they got a quote from these people and did a study. They could have saved the City of Slidell $500,000. The city decided we wanted to try to save $1 million to make it worthwhile. Our water's excellent, has been forever. You lived there too, Chris. 46 years. They decided not to because if they could have got to that $1 million, that was their goal. But they didn't bring them in because they were having people with rashes in their own bathtubs and children. We've got the photos of all of this stuff. It was presented at a public meeting. It's public record. I'm not saying anything that puts us at jeopardy. We're already at jeopardy. And what do we want to do? We want another one? Yeah. Then we're going to start going, well, what did we do wrong? Then we'll be in denial about that. So this is crystal clear. I strongly ask you, President Cooper, respectfully, do an RFP. We've got more than one management company. Mr. Fitzgerald called me twice and said he was at a meeting a year or so ago with a firm who was interested in purchasing or managing Tammany utilities. And we've got more problems on the horizon coming in the west and probably in Councilman T.J. Smith's district too. So I ask you, sir, please, please, please push the button. And I know this won't happen, but I want to say, if we don't, and this can't possibly happen, bring a Simple Solutions Committee into it, and you know what? We'll help get that RFP out, what, Mike? One meeting? Yeah. So, thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bender. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Points well taken. Thanks for your resolution. Thanks for your comments. I have to say that we will continue to operate our systems with our certified personnel that are working hard each and every day. I'm not finished. I'm gonna elaborate.
Sure.
They're working. They are certified. We are losing employees. They are demoralized. Every time issues like this come up in public meetings, it demoralizes them. You can certainly see why. But we do want to do what we can to continue to seek the options to best manage our water system, our water and sewage system, which could include management, leasing, or selling. There's criteria to do each and every one of those steps. There's criteria that even calls for an election of the electorate, of our voters, to sell a utility, if that's the case. There's other criteria. We will continue to do so. Over the past 2 years, yes, we have met with companies that are interested in buying, selling, or leasing. And we know the steps that need to be taken. But in the meantime, we are investing in our system to continue to get LDH approval. If our water is not safe to drink, LDH will advise us. LDH will come down on us if our water is not safe to drink. Even if it's meeting the minimum standards, our water is safe to drink. We have not been notified that our water is not safe to drink. But we will do what it takes to find a company to manage, buy, or lease under the guidelines of the laws that are available to us. And we will offer that to the council to consider. Thank you.
Is that a firm commitment, President Cooper?
Yes, it is. We will continue to find the best way of managing our water system, including selling, leasing, or outside management.
And so, President Cooper, I thank you. I'm just going to say this. I think that hopefully that statement has some optimism in it. I have a strong concern that it is a vague statement that is still, because demoralized. Our staff isn't demoralized. They take phone calls all the time from they take comments all the time from the public, okay? And guess what? The public doesn't demoralize them. We're demoralizing your people. We're just simply responding to the public. You said you're interested in public health, safety, and welfare. We ask you to act on that. Thank you, Mr. Mike Smith.
I think everybody's ready to vote, but I want to add a couple of things real quick. Okay, we've been paying, I saw another payment for somebody to evaluate our system. Okay, so are we closer to being finished inventorying the system and figuring out what the evaluation of the system is, what the worth of the system is? Don't we have somebody auditing the system that we're paying to audit the system?
I mean, yes, they're working with Chris's group. So
Okay.
yes, we hired a group called Nugent a while back.
Okay.
And first there was an engineering review, and then that data went to them, and I too saw a check in the run
Okay.
today. So I think the whole contract was close to $60,000
Okay,
for
and-
Nugent for the entire evaluation.
And so are they close to being finished? Because that would be a step you would have to have before you would lease, bring in somebody from the
Yes.
outside.
And that's
or-
why we were doing that.
Okay.
The last time I looked at it, if you just took a look at the dollar value, I think it was in the 75 to 80% range of being paid. So yes, Chris and them meet with them on
Okay.
I won't say a regular basis, but at least probably every month.
Okay, and we'll get a report on that. And, okay. And then last, before call a question, but lastly, I mean, give Tissue the resources he needs. He needs this to get this done. Okay, I just don't think we're going to struggle through on our own, and it's going to take us 3 or 4 times longer, even if we're lucky enough not to have something happen that we don't want to happen. Okay, so giving these resources, giving the outside help. Okay, okay. I guess I want to call a question, but I mean, okay. I make a motion that we adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano.
All I was going to do is call for the question.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. We got to vote. Where'd Mitchell go?
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Motion passes. The resolution passes. You're at number 7.
What was the vote?
13-0.
Okay. On resolutions, item 7, resolution CS number C-6632, resolution to appoint a St. Tammany Parish Council Administrator, Mr. Hand.
So we have completed all of the interviews of those candidates that were deemed qualified by their education, which was a minimum education. And we need a resolution now. The one candidate that we're going to recommend to be retained needs to give notice to our current employer. So at this time, I would ask you to adopt the resolution just simply authorizing the council chairman to proceed with the paperwork necessary to make the appointment coming up, which will be effective, she'll come to work effective the 25th. And this item will appear, confirmation of the appointment, which will appear on the August agenda also.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. May I have a motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Airy? Please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. On appeals, let me, in case there's someone here, appeal number 3 is in my district. Received word late yesterday, confirmed today, and I'm postponing item 3 because the appellant, Mr. Stasha Jones's mother, is quite ill, and she's caring for her mother, and she requested a postponement. So if anybody's here for that, you're welcome to leave. Thank you. Appeal number 1 is Susan A. Laborde appealing the Zoning Commission approval on April 5th, 2022 to rezone 6.61 acres located on the north side of West Bronx Drive, west of Chestnut Street, Covington, from A2 Suburban District to A2 Suburban District and Rural Overlay, Ward 3, District 5. Do we have speakers on this? Ms. Laborde.
Mr. Bender?
Yes, sir.
Progress is being made on that particular appeal, but the documents that were pertinent to the issue of concern to the neighborhood and to myself have just been produced, so not adequate time has been ahead to review it.
Okay.
So I'm going to move to postpone.
Motion postponed by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no one else, please vote.
And I don't think anybody was here tonight, Mr. Bender, on that
Sure.
issue.
Yes.
I know Mr. Dean wanted to expound on it, but
Yeah.
The motion to postpone passes with 12 yeas and 2 absent.
Okay, item 2 is Jeffrey D. Shane appealing the Planning Commission denial on April 12, 2022 for preliminary subdivision approval on property in the Bonterra subdivision phases 2 and 3 located on the east and west side of North Military Road, LA Highway 1090 north of Interstate 12, Slidell, Louisiana, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay, move to postpone. Our engineers and their engineers need to get together on a couple of matters next week.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulet. So, because I have speaker cards. Ms. Bourgeois, are you here? No. I mean, we won't be speaking, but, so this will be postponed to next month. I'm just making you aware. Same for Mr. Darren Bourgeois and Mr. Matthew Allen, okay? Please vote.
The motion to postpone passes with 12 yeas and 2 absent.
Okay. Item 3, Nastasia Jones appealing the zoning commission denial on May 3rd, 2022 to rezone .187 acres located on the southwest corner of Oak Street and Lakeview Drive, Slidell, Ward 9, District 12. As I mentioned, Ms. Jones is caring for her mom. I need a motion to postpone, please. Motion by Mr. Airy, seconded by Ms. O'Brien. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion to postpone passes with 12 yeas and 2 absent.
Item 4 is Brian Pigeon and Michael Haydell appealing the zoning commission denial on June 7, 2022 to rezone .32 acres located in the northwest corner of Azalea Drive and US 190 Mandeville from A3 Suburban District to NC1 Professional Office District, Ward 4, District 4. Mr. Brian Pigeon or Mr. Michael Haydell?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. I'd like to thank you all first for serving our parish. I went to St. Paul's. I've been a commercial real estate man around here since 1994, and it's been a pleasure to work with some of the wealthiest people around and put plenty businesses into Mandeville and Covington. So what we're requesting is an NC1 zoning, which is an office zoning. It's the lightest zoning for commercial. This is a piece of property that's located on the North Causeway side. I have some pictures that basically show that it's a side on the service road in Mandeville that is primarily an office quarter, and it serves many medical uses. I've been around for 28 years doing the commercial leasing in this area, and the medical community is a really strong area, as well as any other professional in the area. So this is a piece of property that is not serving our community. The type of business that I'm in, and my partner, Dr. Michael Haydell, we have a contract on the property to purchase the property subject to getting it zoned for an office use, because currently it's zoned a suburban district A3. So we request this because I think there's a demand for it. The area is continuing to grow. I'm having my best year in 12 years as a commercial real estate man in the area, and it's an investment for Dr. Haydell and I, and we'd like to put up an office building that's going to be a small office building, about a 2,500 square foot office building. I'd like to just show the pictures that I took today, this afternoon, and it's very clear that the entire corridor is nothing but retail and office. So I just can't envision anybody building a residential home on this particular piece of property because it fronts the highway. It fronts Highway 190. So Dr. Haydell and I, we have background to provide a nice facility, and we're trying to provide for our families just like everybody else. And this is a piece of property that can serve that need. And if you all would like, you can see the pictures. Basically, it's predominant office buildings. So I don't think that it would be a hindrance to the neighbors or the community. In fact, I think it would be good for the community. Again, I appreciate y'all serving our community, and I've served our community and served my clients for many years, brought many clients and businesses to our area. I don't come here that often. I let the attorneys handle that and the architects, but I have served a lot of wonderful people, and they've brought their families here. So I'm continuing to do the same thing, and I request that you all grant my rezoning of NC1, which is the lightest office that I'm familiar with.
Would you pass a copy of that around, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, would a statement represent the appellant, Mr. Skip Weber?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Or good morning. I didn't bring a watch. My name is Skip Weber. I'm a commercial broker with Ladder and Bloom. I live in Mandeville. And Mr. Fitzgerald, with all apologies to you, I think I got you beat. My family was granted land here in Mandeville, and it was 1791 or 1792. The Sharps, the Spells, and the Strains are my heritage. And lately, my family's been trying to saw off one of the branches of that family tree. So I hope you'll bear with me. And you know, so we've been here for a long time. So I've got a dog in this hunt. About a year ago, business associate friend of mine, Simone Bruni, who is the demo diva, you know, with the pink trucks and things going around demolishing things, called me and said she had a neighbor who needed some help. And this neighbor, she said, I may not want to deal with him because it could be problematic. And I said, what are you talking about? So I went over and met with this man, and I saw what she was talking about. The poor man really has been dealt a bad hand in life. He was living with his brother, and since we're on television, I don't want to go into great detail about what I saw there, but I was, I felt badly for the man. And he said that he wanted to sell this piece of property that was on the service road. And the more I found out about it, the more I realized that his father had bought the property, he inherited it, and they had been dealt a bad hand by an unscrupulous real estate agent years ago who told him all sorts of things that turned out not to be true. And as time went on, I found out also that he was about to lose this property through a tax sale that's about to occur next month, August. And I also found out he's about to lose his home through a tax sale that's about to occur next month. And if he sells this property, then he'll be able to pay the taxes on both, save his home, and so forth. So I put the property on the market for sale. It's right on the corner of Azalea Street and the service road, right by Judge Tanner Drive, across the street from the hospital, next door to it's like a strip shopping center, but it's offices where Mr. Satterley has got some offices for his financial services company and so forth. And it's just nothing but pine trees right now. The parish or I guess the state came along and snipped off part of it for the servitude for the highway. So it's not a full lot. And as my colleague said here, poor guy's only been doing this for 27 years. I've been doing this since for 54 years. 3 days after I got off my tank in Vietnam, I've been in the real estate business since then. But anyway, he said that it wouldn't be suitable for somebody to build a home. And I question, all the neighbors are going to come out and say, gee, I don't want anybody to build anything. I'd much rather have pine trees here on this lot. And I say, I can understand that. You'd say the same thing too. But I challenge anybody who's there or anybody to say, I'm going to build a $400,000 home on this lot right on the service road. It's just unrealistic. When down the street there's a McDonald's and there's a glass company and a bunch of doctor's offices and things like that. So I just don't think it's realistic. I think sooner or later it's going to be deemed commercial, and I think the time is now. And I think for two reasons, I would ask that you would rezone this. One is because it's a nice thing to do for this poor man who's been dealt a blow. As a matter of fact, his brother, who's his only roommate, died last week, and they just buried him, and that makes matters worse. He was supposed to, the owner was supposed to be here tonight, couldn't even come tonight, which surprised me. And the second reason is because I really think it's the right thing to do. This is on the service road. It's meant to be commercial. So, why not just go ahead and do it and get it over with? So I appreciate everything, and I thank you for saving the best for last. You bet.
Thank you very much. Okay, on the, excuse me, Mr. Pigeon. Is this for this one? Okay.
You can call me Pigeon if you'd like.
Boy.
If we were in Paris and you saw a pigeon, you wouldn't say it's a pigeon, you'd say there's the Pigeon, right? That's
Boy,
me.
am I glad you corrected me
Yes, sir.
on this. I feel stupid. Mr. Pigeon.
Yes, sir.
You have your 3 minutes of rebuttal time left, okay?
Okay.
We're going to hear from the other side first.
Jerry?
Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Rodriguez here to speak also. He's not?
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I saw him a minute ago. Okay.
Rod Rodriguez,
He went
Dr.
out.
Haydell, and my representative. He had another obligation that he couldn't make it tonight.
Yeah.
But he told me to pass that on.
Okay. All right. So you'll have 3 minutes of rebuttal time once the other side speaks, and I have speaker cards from them.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Michael Franklin? I'm sorry, sir?
I defer to Miles Mark.
Okay. Sir? You're Mr. Miles Mark, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have your card. Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Miles Mark. I'm a member of the board of the Covington Country Club Estates Owners Association. And the board took a vote, and they were unanimous in their wish that lot number 2 not be commercial, but remain residential. Approximately 30 years ago, the board found out that Time Saver was considering taking the lots in there and putting in a store. So they purchased lot 6, 5, 4, and 3. Initially, right off the bat, they sold lot 6. By the way, I'm the treasurer of the board, been treasurer for 13 years, and we elected to sell the lot 5, 4, and 3 within the past few years. The last lot we sold was lot 3. We sold it in 2015. And in that cash sale, the board, again, different board at the time, voted unanimously and put in the sale agreement for lot 3. The sale is only being approved with the stipulation that the property be sold with a restrictive covenant that will run with the land, stating that it can only be used for single-family residential purposes. They say that it's an office corridor. I disagree with that. All the houses going around are residential. The house behind it, All of them are residential. Across the street is commercial. When the subdivision was created in 1960, that was made commercial. Residential, we have approximately 432 residential lots. And I say that it wasn't meant to be commercial, it was meant to be residential, and we would like it to remain residential. We think that's what's best for it. I would like to point out that the staff, in its general information, indicated that the staff is concerned that the small size of the parcel could be a potential hardship and could therefore necessitate further variances to the United Development Code's commercial requirement. And that's only another reason why it should remain residential. The lot is approximately 16,500 square feet, and commercial requires at least 20,000. And I would hope that you keep it commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mel Biamonte?
We'll let the first gentleman that you called on your list, we'll let him speak.
Sure, thank you, sir.
I thank the council for allowing me to speak before you. My name is Mike Franklin. I am the chairman of St. Tammany Parish Sewage District Number 1, which covers Covington Country Club. Our board is not taking an official stand on this, but we do have major concerns about this lot being used for commercial purposes. Tying into our sewer system, which is part of Covington Country Club, was developed in 1960. Our license with the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality is for residential use only. And we have a lot of original terracotta clay pipes still in our system. Over the years, due to the age of our system, we've had issues with water infiltration or I&I issues during heavy rain events. A couple of years ago, we did engage in a $1.2 million rehabilitation project. We were able to rehabilitate part of the system by relining existing sewer main, replacing broken sewer mains, and adding additional lift stations. Now, that has helped reduce our I&I and water infiltration issues. But the one thing that we have found with the commercial property that is attached to our system is that we do have problems with overflows and compliance issues with DEQ. When our residential system was created, it was created with the intention of single-family homes with an average of 4 people using 25 gallons of water per day. The existing medical complex that is attached to our system has upwards of 150 people a day. And we've had problems with that, with overflows in our system. We have concerns that if we have additional commercial activity on our system, it may get us in trouble with DEQ. And even if the appeal is granted, there's no guarantee that our board would allow the petitioner to connect to our system. I just wanted to state this for the record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We have no one else.
Yeah, I think we
Excuse
got
me,
one
sir.
more, Jerry.
Go ahead. Have I pronounced your name right? Biamonte?
Biamonte.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for having us here today. The zoning board denied this petition last month because the petitioners never bothered to show up. They weren't that concerned last month, so now they appealed it and they're in front of the whole board. I find that kind of strange. Some of the comments that were made earlier that this particular property is near strip malls is not true. I've been a resident of this neighborhood, this country club estates neighborhood for over 25 years. That's never been strip malls right here. Down the road, going toward McDonald's and whatnot, yeah, there are some strip malls down there. Past the state troopers, there are strip malls. But right here, there are not any strip malls. There's a professional financial services office, and there's a doctor's office, all concentrated in one block. So the statement that this is not residential, it is residential. There will be a house right next to this property that would butt up against this property. Also mentioned that trees were knocked down. Well, trees were knocked down by the utilities after the hurricane. They knocked the whole stretch along the service road. So that wasn't really accurate either. This is not an office corridor. If you consider the service road from Highway 22 all the way to Fairway Drive, they're all offices. But in this particular neighborhood, it's only isolated to one block. We spoke about the water system. Again, I am a resident there. We have some serious water situations. We're always under a boil water alert. When I say always, I exaggerate. Just 2 weeks ago, I was under a boiled water alert. No, I didn't have any boils on the body or anything like that, but I have personally gotten sick by our water because of the failures, because of the old terracotta pipes. We're concerned with the height, the size, parking, traffic, noise. Where will the trash be stored? Right next to the residential property. We just do not think that this is appropriate for this particular tract of land. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I could probably move this along pretty fast if you want.
Mr. Davis and Mr. Drum, we all,
We have rebuttal time.
yeah, we still, let me just ask this.
Sure.
Mike. We have rebuttal time left. Do you want to defer your rebuttal time to the district councilman, Mr. Mike Lorino?
No, go ahead. You can let them speak. You can let them speak.
Okay.
Go back. I'm just saying, I see Jimmy and Kurt there, but I could speed this up a little bit if you want.
Okay, good. All right. Mr. Pijon.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. You have 3 minutes of rebuttal time.
Okay. Well, just to say that this piece of property is an isolated piece of property. I took my car today and I drove on that street and I took pictures for that very reason, because it is nothing but, and I respect what this man says, that there's primarily, like, there's dentists there, there's chiropractors, there's other offices, there's financial. Mr. Satterley has a building directly across the street. I'm in the business of selling commercial property, and on the whole strip, it's nothing but retail down further down, and closer to this piece, it's more of an office environment. So, I would love it to be approved, but it's I don't see the true value that these men are pointing out, because it's probably the only piece left that is there that doesn't have an office building on it. So as far as the water source and as far as us not showing up for the first hearing, I had a act of sale in Florida that just came on my family property, so I wasn't able to attend. So Mr. Rodriguez is our attorney. So the site, I think, would be better served as an office building. It would serve the Lakeview Regional Hospital. There are office tenants. I do a tremendous amount of leasing. I put 15 to 20 businesses in this Mandeville, Covington area every year, and I've been here for 28, 30 years. So I know it's a very capable site to serve the office market. What benefit it is to these gentlemen to tell you all that it shouldn't be put into commerce, they have their opinion. I think that it's a piece of property. We're not putting a 6,000 square foot building. We're talking about putting a 2,000 to 2,500 square foot building. So it would serve the medical community, it'd serve professionals. That's all I have to say. Thank you all for your time.
Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okay. Anyone from the other side still like to speak? If not, I'm going to go. Mr. Drum, do you still wish to speak?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Looking at this drawing that we've gotten from the parish, Lot 3, is there anything on Lot 3, which is the lot immediately behind the one that you're talking about? Okay, and it says that it's 75 by 250 feet? 226, okay, excuse me. And you want to put a 2,500 square foot office building, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I live in a 2,490 square foot house on a 70 by 120 foot lot. And if I tried to put a parking lot, lights, and all the trees that are supposed to go with that, there's no way that I would be able to live in that house because I wouldn't be able to fit the house. And so, and I know this piece because I drive past it a lot when I can get my wife out of the house. And I can't see putting an office building here because it is a residential area. That lot is too small. It's 0.32 acres. And I cannot in any way see putting an office building unless you go up. And I don't see you going up because then that would not meet the character of the surrounding area. So in my opinion, I would say I would not change the zoning. I would stay with the denial, and I make that motion.
Well, would you go to me first now?
Yeah.
Would you please come to me?
Yeah. Yes, sir, I am.
Mr. Drum, that is in my district. Okay? All right? You're not on the planning and zoning anymore. Okay? Now, you do that a lot. A lot. And I'm being nice right now. Okay? But I thank you for your knowledge because I really couldn't quite figure out what I was going to do on this little piece of property that this wouldn't fit on, but you really enlightened me.
Okay, Mr. Lorino.
Thank you. Brian, I totally disagree. I understand what you're saying, and I spoke to Mr. Weber about it, but this should stay residential. It is right there. It's isolated, but you're correct. Across the highway, it's full of doctor's office. Down the street, not very close, but way down the street, the strip mall. Over in Beauchene, we just put about 4 buildings in there, but this one just doesn't fit it. So I'm going to, based on what Mr. Drum told me and enlightened me, I'm going to go ahead and concur with the denial.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lorino to concur with denial, second by Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, you wish to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the fact that Mr. Lorino was able to go ahead and make that suggestion. Again, this was unanimously denied by the planning and zoning, unanimously. Not because nobody showed up, it's because it doesn't even meet the requirements of 20,000 square foot, which is NC1. So we spent a lot of time on this, but I don't even think the planning and development department would even allow this, to be honest, because it has to meet 20,000 square foot. Thank you. So I'll second the motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Davis. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion to concur with denial passes with 13 yeas and 1 no vote.
Ms. Lorino, I need an introduction of an ordinance. Excuse me, introduction of a resolution. I'm sorry. Motion by Mr. Lorino, second by Mr. Davis. Please vote on a resolution. Thank
The resolution passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you. Ordinances for, under ordinances for adoption. Item 1 is ordinance calendar number 6959, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located at the end of Highway 190 Service Road, north of I-12 and south of Hellenberg Road, Covington, in which property comprises a total of 6 acres of land, more or less, from its present NC1 Professional Office District and NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District to an HC3 Highway Commercial District, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Toledano, I have a note here that the constituent has requested a postponement because they're out of town. Just wanted to make you aware if you weren't.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I'll so move.
Are you moving to postpone?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Motion by Mr. Toledano to postpone, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Please vote.
The motion to postpone passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 2 is ordinance calendar number 6989, an ordinance to revoke an unopened portion of G Street and 7th Avenue located on North Highway 190 north of 9th Avenue in the Alexiusville subdivision as defined on the map 171B, Ward 3, District 2. Mr. Fitzgerald.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, seconded by Mr. Dean. No one else, please vote. Just go ahead.
The motion to approve passes with 13 yea and 1 no vote.
Thank you. Item 3 is ordinance calendar number 6990, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include coin-to-less and lateral, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Airy.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Airy, seconded by Mr. Davis. Seeing no one else, please vote.
Mr. Smith? The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 4 is ordinance calendar number 6991, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Marte, St. Street lateral, Ward 4, District 7. Mr. Davis.
Yes, a motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no others, please vote.
Mr. Lorino? Okay.
Yeah.
The motion passes with, the motion is unanimous, excuse me.
Thank you. Item 5 is ordinance calendar number 6992, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Highway 1085 lateral, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean.
So moved. It's caught in the middle of the line.
Yeah. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Seeing no one else, please vote.
I just want to know if Dean voted, that's all. Did you vote Dean in the election?
Items, I'm sorry.
Mr. Toledano?
Pleasure to be here.
The motion is unanimous.
Item 6, ordinance calendar number 6993, an ordinance accepting finalized subdivisions in the road and drainage inventory, specifically River Park Estates, Phase 1, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Toledano.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 7 is ordinance calendar number 6994, an ordinance accepting finalized subdivisions into the road and drainage inventory, specifically Oak Lawn Trace subdivision Phase 1, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Davis.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Jake Airy. Please, seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 8 is ordinance calendar number 6995, ordinance to declare certain parcels along Highway 434 as surplus property and to authorize the transfer of said property to the State of Louisiana Department of Transportation Development, Ward 7, District 11. Mr. Drum.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Drum, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 9 is ordinance calendar number 6996, ordinance to authorize St. Tammany Parish government through the office of parish president to accept an act of dedication and donation for a portion of estates at the reserve subdivision Phase 1 for the benefit of drainage improvements, Ward 4, District 10. Ms. O'Brien. You making a motion? Did you make?
I said so moved.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So moved and very happy about this.
Good. Okay, seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Seeing no one else, please vote.
Mr. Lorena? The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 10 is ordinance calendar number 6997, ordinance authorizing the parish of St. Tammany through the office of the parish president to acquire certain parcels, rights of way, and/or servitudes for debris storage and processing, Ward 4, District 5.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 11 is ordinance calendar number 6998, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Highway 11, LA Highway 1077, North and Bayham Road, Covington, and which property comprises a total of 1.4542 acres of land, more or less, from its present A2 suburban district to an NC1 professional office district, Ward 1, District 3. Ms. Casbon.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Item 12 is ordinance calendar number 6999, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the south side of LaBar Street, east of Albert Street, and west of Monterey Drive, Mandeville, in which property comprises a total of .93 acres of land, more or less, from its present A3 suburban district to an A4 single-family residential district, Ward 4, District 10. Ms. O'Brien.
Chairman Bender, I just wanted to make sure that nobody in the audience wanted to speak on this.
And I have no cards.
Okay, good. So moved. That's just an addition of one home.
Okay. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Mike Smith. Seeing no one else, please vote. Item.
I apologize.
Who do you need?
Mr. Toledano.
Mr. Toledano.
Motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 13 is ordinance calendar number 7000, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of LA 1077, south of Gladys Road, north of C.S. Owens Road, Madisonville, in which property comprises a total of 3.25 acres of land, more or less, from its present A2 suburban district to an ED1 primary education district, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean.
Yes, sir. So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Seeing no one else, please vote.
Mr. Lorino? Oh, all right. Motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 14 is ordinance calendar number 77001, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Ordon Rupert Road, south of Baruch Road, Lacombe, in which property comprises a total of 4.767 acres of land, more or less, from its present A2 suburban district to an A2 suburban district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Davis.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no one else, please vote. Is this the one you said? Okay.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 15, ordinance calendar number 702AA, an ordinance amending the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part I, Chapter 2, Article 17, relative to parish fees for development-related services. I need a motion and a second. Excuse me, Speaker, I'm sorry. I don't have a card, but please, come on, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bender.
Sure.
I was asked to, that's why I didn't put a card in earlier, but I was asked if I could come and do this. I'm Amy Ebersabel. I'm with the North Shore Home Builders Association, and regarding this ordinance, I have been asked to make a short statement, and I apologize that my phone is going crazy. Okay. The NHBA is not here tonight to oppose the proposed permit fee increase, but we do want to share some critical information. We understand that 49 of the 61 fees have not been increased since 1998, which means 12 are being increased again 4 years later. Additionally, 4 new fees are proposed. We want you to know that there are real-life effects of the increased fees. NHBA members with the electrical, we just surveyed our members. So one member files 80 homes, 80 permits a year, so that's 8,000 extra for him. A mechanical member needs to file 250 homes, and so that's 25,000 in extra costs. And then our plumbing members will get hit with an increase because of the plumbing fee and then the gas permits. So obviously, it's going to affect a lot of people doing their work. Okay, the national study, the National Association of Home Builders conducted a study in 2021, which shows that 23.8% of the cost of a new single-family home is attributed to regulatory costs. Land use regulations, zoning regulations, permits, and impact fees are all regulatory burdens that ultimately add to the price of a home. Using a $397,000 home as the current average, this translates into over $93,000 in regulatory costs. And overregulation is exacerbating the nation's housing affordability crisis, which we have in St. Tammany also. So we think that the figure is alarming, and we just ask you to keep it in mind when increasing or creating fees. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Amon. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Ebersabel? Okay, Mr. Airy.
Are there any of your members that would rather pay higher fees in order to keep a high level of service as well, though? I mean, I guess the general trend of what your group wants.
Several of our members said the permits department is working very well and it's competent, and we don't want to sacrifice any service for it, so we are not going to object to the increase of the fees. Not that we could change your mind, but we're not even trying to change your mind, just to keep the level of service as it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, seeing no one else, I need a motion and a second. Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Seeing no one else, please vote.
Mr. Smith? The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 16 is ordinance calendar number 77,003, ordinance to amend the 2022 grants budget amendment number 6
Need a motion and a second?
I make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 nay.
Item 17, ordinance calendar number 7004, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget, capital assets amendment number 41, St. Tammany Parish Library Facilities. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Ms. Tanner. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Item 18 is ordinance calendar number 7005, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 42, drainage parish-wide. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Davis. Let's see. I have a speaker, Mr. Matthew Allen.
Well, thank you, Chairman Bender and Parish Council members. I spoke with you last month about this, about the need to notify the landowners of what's going to happen along these rivers. I was really a little disturbed when I read the coastal use permit application that listed St. Tammany as the sole owner of all the riverbanks in the parish that y'all wanted to do. I know that was probably a misprinting, but again, it was a very disturbing thought because a lot of these are non-navigable waterways and there are no servitudes or anything. So it's really legally incumbent upon y'all to notify these landowners and get their permission to do this. Nobody wants to see flooding. I myself took a canoe trip from near 190 down to No Street Park in Covington a few weeks ago. Actually, it was my son in a kayak, myself in a pirogue. And in the first 3/4 of a mile, we only had to pull out one time, and that was for an old friend log of mine that I've known for 15 years. Just like Mr. Neal said earlier, these main river stems have so much power, and they're so low in the valley and the floodplain that cleaning them out not going to do very much good. I think it would be a better use of your money to go clean out some of these smaller drainages that y'all have that don't have the power to help regulate themselves, that haven't existed for 10,000 years on their own without any help from us. It listed 27 miles of the Little Tchefuncte River to be cleaned out, all the way up to Highway 40. That's a huge amount. And again, I'm in the process of going down the river and logging everything. Between the 190 bridge and Covington, there were only 4 places that I had to actually cut through some branches to get through a little pileup of logs, but nothing was affecting the water flow in it. We've had 4 inches of rain up north of us a few days ago. The river never even came out of its banks, much less into the river valley or the floodplain. So again, 27 miles of Little Tchefuncte is an awful lot. It would be better spent money to go after some of the smaller drainages that don't have the power and that are really needed to be cleaned out. Also, I'd like to point out, I was musing on this earlier, this is the same reason I got involved in the environmental aspects here in St. Tammany in the first place back in 2007. Y'all had 15 years of me thanks to a project like this. I thought y'all might get a little chuckle out of that. And also, I understand that y'all need to look like you're doing something about flooding from these river systems. But just throwing money at it is just like what they're doing to the education system and why I quit teaching a few years ago. Okay, that's all you're doing. You're not actually fixing any problems. And really, it's a cover for the last 20 or 30 years of bad planning and putting all these subdivisions and houses in the floodplains. I understand you got a cover for that. But let's start making better decisions in the first place and use this money where it's really needed, please.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, seeing no one else, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Mr. Toledano? Oh, sorry. The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Item 19 is ordinance calendar number 7006, ordinance to amend 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 43, disaster relief emergency events. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Ms. Tanner. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous.
Item 20 is ordinance calendar number 7008, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the north side of Cochee Road, west of West Jack Crawford Road, Pearl River, in which property comprises a total of 6.666 acres of land, more or less, from its present A2 suburban district and HC2 highway commercial district to an I2 industrial district, Ward 6, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I think Mr. Nguyen is here to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
On that.
You want to wait to make your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Mr.
Thank you very
Nguyen.
much, Mr. Tanner, for that. I appreciate that.
Mr. Nguyen.
Yes, Vincent Nguyen of Win and Go, and I do have a quick, just some documents to show y'all. And I know I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball on this because I wasn't here for the appeal, but I at least want y'all to take a look at this if you could. This particular property is over behind the Hickory store over in just north of Pearl River. The current zoning is A2 and HC2. The petitioner is trying to rezone this to I2 industrial, which seems to me to be a little bit intensive for what the actual neighborhood looks like. If you take a quick look, and I know they're just now getting out these little pamphlets that I have, but more specifically, pages 1 through 5 will show you that north of Cochee Road is actually all residential. And so to interject I2 into this particular neighborhood is actually putting an industrial heavy uses into areas that actually have homes. Several of the homes are in excess of $400,000 along this road. Some of the homes on Crawford Road are in excess of $400,000. I know it's kind of late to the game, but one of the other things I wanted to make sure I brought up was the fact that the road itself is only 15 feet wide. I went to the parish and I had the individual that helps that to find out whether or not the road is a dedicated road or not. It is not. It's a tacit dedicated road, meaning there are no servitudes and no easements on this particular road. There's only a ditch on one side. This road cannot be widened without the permission of the landowners, and they're not going to permit it. How are you going to put 18-wheelers or anything else industrial on a 15-foot wide road? It's just not permissible. It's not practical. So again, I just don't think that I2 is a necessary, it's too intense. I think there needs to be some other zoning classification to put on this road. We really weren't given that opportunity. I was just hired late to do this. I'd like to postpone this, but I think Ms. Tanner wants to proceed with the vote in order to try and see if there's some other zoning classification other than industrial. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This came up, as you know, last month, and there is industrial on this road as of right now. And I have been out there about 4 times and looked at it. This afternoon, I called Mr. Penton, who won the case, and asked him if he would want to postpone this and to talk to Mr. Nguyen. And Mr. Penton said no, he would rather it go through.
Okay.
So I make a motion.
Make a motion. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Seeing no one else, please vote. And thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lorino? The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 nay.
Thank you. Item 21 is ordinance calendar number 7009, an ordinance to amend ordinance CS numbers 21-4551 adopted May 6, 2021, amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany, reclassify 134.73 acres on the north and south sides of MP Planche Road, west of Louisiana Highway 25, Covington, to provide major amendments to original PUD Plan Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casbon.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Seeing no someone else, please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 22 is ordinance calendar number 7010, an ordinance to amend ordinance CS number 96-2560, adopted December 11, 1996, amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany to reclassify 1,119 acres of land located on the south and east sides of LA Highway 21 and the north and west sides of LA Highway 435 of Beta Springs to provide major amendments to original PUD Plan
Ward 6, District 6, Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Item 23 is ordinance calendar number 7011, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Ramos Avenue, south of Crawford Road, Covington, and which property comprises a total of .21 acres of land, more or less, from its present A3 suburban district to an NC1 professional office district. Ward 3, District 2, Mr. Fitzgerald.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, seconded by Ms. Casbon. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 24 is ordinance calendar number 7012, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 44, sales tax District 3, District 7. Mr. Davis?
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no one else, please vote. Does anyone have an item that, I have no items off the floor. Does anyone have any item they wish to bring up off the floor? Motion by Ms. Tanner to adjourn. Thank you. Yeah?